right. All right. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back to the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast. I'm Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. Welcome in. It is November 24th, 2025. I believe it's Monday, November 24th, 2025. Welcome in, everybody. I know I'm not lit because I got new lights and I'm setting them up right now. I got one set up. I don't have it plugged in, but we'll be doing that as we go. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves. I worked today and I made some income. Income's good. Income's good. Helps pay for those lights that I had to buy. And yeah, so these lights are pretty awesome. Yeah, I haven't turned them on yet, but they're big and they're kind of heavy. So we'll see how this goes. AKA isn't late, just being a ghost. Good joke, Lab. You know, when you explain it, it's actually funnier. Anyway, welcome in, Lab. Geez, finally been waiting for this. Sorry. I'm sorry. I had to go to work and then I needed to get food and I needed to buy shit for the turkey that I'm going to cook this week. That's what I was doing. My bad. So anyway, so we're going to spend the beginning of stream setting up the new lights and then kind of figuring it out. It just took forever to read my message. My bad. Although not lit either. I don't even have alcohol. Yeah, we're not lit. Not lit. I need the alcohol. So. Video on your camera looks kind of hazy. It's probably not enough light. Thanks. Thanks, Lab. I appreciate it. To be fair, this is what stream used to look like. To be fair, this is kind of what stream used to look like. So this is what the box looks like. That's what the box looks like. This is the second one. Problem is just letting you know, it's a good friend. Thank you. You're my favorite Unhinged Friday person that lives in New York. Okay. All right. So, it's gonna be a little bit of a clusterfuck, but I thought I'd set it up with all of you in here because it's always better to have more opinions than not, right? Right? It's always better to have more opinions. Also, I just realized something. If I set up these lights, I can't set them up too high because then it's going to hit the ceiling. It's going to hit the ceiling with the light. If it gets too high. Damn it. Didn't work. That didn't work. AKA not worth fucking much, Ghost. Well, you are. I said you were my favorite. Bear with me, chat. Bear with me. Anyway, how's everybody's week so far? I'm not scheduled for work tomorrow. So, I took the turkey out of the fridge and I have it thawing outside. So maybe I'll cook it tomorrow. And if I cook it tomorrow, and since I have the new lights, I might try to film the YouTube video I wanted to make. Yeah, you said I was your favorite streamer from Unhinged Fridays in New York. That means the only New Yorker from Unhinged Fridays. True. What's happening? Can't see the screen. Unhinged Fridays, G-Speech. Yes. Plank, I am messing around with some things. I have my new lights. I have one set up. I don't have it plugged in yet. And I'm trying to make sure that I have it at the proper height, that it doesn't go into my ceiling when I stand up. So that's what's currently happening. Chat, it is literally like 2 inches away from the ceiling. All right, so I'm going to lower that. I'm going to lower that. Because I'd rather not let it get that close. Okay. Okay, so that's set up. Also, I wish I had a fucking house so I had actual room to do this shit. Because I have about a foot of clearance behind my chair to do stuff. Okay, so it comes with attachments for any plug you can think of. Yeah, for every plug around the world. Which is a good idea. I think I like that they do that. For those that don't know which lights I got, it's the Elgato key light. And they are significantly bigger than I expected. Cool lights? Yeah. Yeah, so these lights behind me are the ones I always have. But I don't have the key lights on me right now. And I have my desk up because this is the highest point that it's going to be. All right, so here's one of the problems. Is it's a full-blown plug. And I don't know how many of those I have left. Yeah, because it's something like this. And then I gotta download the app. So I can control them. Then I gotta set it up on the deck. So yeah, we're gonna be doing this for a little bit. This is just a chill, relaxed stream. Don't worry, I'll look pretty in a second. Even though my facial hair is awful, like always. Now, what I can do is I can plug it into the UPS. But it wouldn't be on the backup power. It is bright, chat. It is bright. She is bright. Don't say I tune in because you're handsome. Well, I hate to break that up for you, Ace. Yay, new lights? Yep. All right, I have to download the app. Shit. Okay. Yeah, these things are huge. These things are enormous. It makes sense why they're as expensive as they are. All right. Here. I'm interested in the Elgato chair. I bought the fuck, what's that expensive chair company? What's that expensive chair company? Is it something Marshall? Herman? Yeah, Herman Miller. Yeah, I got a Herman Miller off of eBay. Yeah, Herman Miller. Can make clothes too. Yeah, I got a Herman Miller off of fuck, eBay. But BiteSync, since you're closer to like cities and stuff, it might be easier to get a Herman Miller after like an office closing, because what a lot of the startups do and stuff is they'll get all Herman Miller chairs. And then they'll close, and then they just sell everything, and you can get them cheap there. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. It's a good idea, yeah. Lights. They sell a key light mini? That would be nice. Your office got our stuff from a used office furniture store, and bro, they're so comfortable. Yeah, I think I paid like $450 for mine. No, I think I paid $500 for mine, but like it's comfortable as fuck. Should we eat more Cheetos to add cushioning in the rear, by the way? Yeah, but you're gonna die. Okay, saw that. Yeah, my office paid for like $10K for the entire set. We have 24 cubicles. That's pretty good. We all die. Would you rather die eating Cheetos or not? I mean, I'd like to live longer. I'd like to live longer. So eating more Cheetos, I feel like, is detrimental to that. Add accessory. Shit. I have to add it to my Wi-Fi. How many individual Cheetos have you consumed over your life? I don't know, maybe a bag of Cheetos? A sound booth to take calls from? Okay, that sounds pretty cool. So I was thinking about taking these lights with me, like home, for my home streams and stuff like that. But they're fucking enormous, chat. They're huge. They're huge. I was nowhere near enough Cheetos to form a scientific analysis of their impact on gut health. Or I could be a control group. Did you think about that one, Otto? This isn't gonna work because I have to put it on the white list. Oh. Did it work? I think it worked. Oh, it worked. That's interesting. You're a bit of control freak. That makes sense. Yes. Yes, I am. Dark mode enabled. Oh, God. Wait, I don't have to... I'm confused. I don't have to add this to the whitelist? What up, y'all? What up, Paul Wall? Chat, after stream last night, I had a discussion with Paul Wall about what happened. And it was kind of funny discussing what happened. Can't find... Shit. Thought you already got added to the whitelist with the other Irish people? No, we were still POC. Saw some of the VOD last night. Can't believe you killed Kuru. Kiru? Kuri? Apparently I killed her. I thought... I was like, wait, does she have fucking cancer? I thought it was kind of weird. No, it's Gyuri, but it's pronounced Kuri. Hi, pals. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Shit. Okay. Didn't work. Also, I don't know where the IP address is for this. Wild. Where did Wild Sarah come from? She comes in here from time to time. She comes in here from time to time. Two more hours of prep work before Ghost starts the stream. Yep. You read the title. You read the notification. Y'all knew what was happening. Y'all knew what was happening. Y'all still are here. Oops, I think I'm in the wrong class. Sorry. You can stay here. You can settle here. This is where I met Sarah. Yeah. Fuck that. Shit. Shit. All right, let's try this again. I think that worked. Oh, it didn't flash 3 times. It didn't flash 3 times. Whoops. Whoops. Almost went down. I have too many wires. Did not read the title. I just ignore your capitalist clickbait. Why? Why? We live in a capitalist country. You should be reading my capitalist shit. Oh. No, he's playing Flight Sim, just doesn't want us to see him crash, so he won't share the game. Exactly, that's it. Like, I almost ate shit there. I definitely didn't trip over my cables or anything. This is where I met Escal? Probably. Such a good time trucking. Honestly, so relaxing. Glad you were there. Oh, wanted to say, oh, stay for your trucker stream. It made me my little heart happy. Yeah, Sarah's like the perfect trucker. Okay. Skibbity67, what up? What up, Lemon? How are you? I need a Polish truck driver cosplay Euro Truck Simulator stream. Okay, just go to sleep. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Where's my network map? I'm sure Sarah will do it. Sarah loves getting into her Chud character. Do you win the Korean dating game? Of course, Lemon. I always win. That's the name of the stream. Ghost wins. It's setting up the new lights. Reacts New Vegas. No, it's not. You lied to me. What? I did not lie to you. I did not lie to you. I never did such a thing. Fuck. Such a dumb title. Elihu never uses dumb titles. Such a dumb title. Go stop lying to your sweet chat. I didn't lie. I literally said I was setting up the lights. I was setting up the lights. This is what we're going to do to start is set up the lights and then maybe do react content. That Ghost wins in the is the name of the stream. Oh, god damn it. Fuck you, Otto. Otto, you're not getting your points back because I'm already standing. Thanks for the hydrate, Otto. So y'all, do I need to put cartoons on? Are y'all children? Do I need to put cartoons on so y'all behave? No one else make fun of Ghost, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I make fun of Ghost. Oh my god, I did not say it. Yeah, I didn't say that. I can't promise I'll behave though. Fuck y'all. Otto, congratulations on your third. Connect new accessories to your Wi-Fi network. From your home screen, go to settings, Wi-Fi. Make sure Wi-Fi is turned on. Select the accessory from the available networks. Wait until connected. Oh. Wait, I don't think my PC has a Wi-Fi card. Okay. PC has no waifu? Nope. I guess I could start setting up the other one. Oh. I need to figure out where I'm going to plug this. I don't have enough plugs, chat. Oh, God, it's the... God damn, that's bright as fuck. Ice cold, very warm. Ice cold, very warm. I got a plug you can have unused. Nice. Okay. So I have that. I have that one established. Now I got to get the other one. Now I got to get the other one, chat. Also, chat, when I got this box, I thought it came with 2 lights. I'm like, oh my God, did it come with 2 lights? Did I just spend that money on 2 of them for no reason? Alas, there's only 1 in each box. There's only 1 in each box. Wait, what the fuck does this mean? What does this mean? 32 kilowatt hours per 1,000 hours? What the fuck is that? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, we gotta burn that flag. Hello, Monkey D. Ruffy. Ruffy? Ruffy? Is that because I don't shave? So 32 watts? Is that what that means? I'm assuming that's energy consumption. I'm assuming that's energy consumption. No, 32... Wait. Quite a lot of LED for LED. Yeah, it seems like a lot. It feels like a lot. I don't know what that G rating is. I feel like that's not good. I feel like my electric bill is going to skyrocket now. But anyway, chat. Here's the size of them. It is very big. Is that Etch-a-Sketch? Basically. Still need to figure out how I'm going to plug this in. I'm pretty sure I don't have enough plugs. Okay, maybe don't set stuff down in the pipe. Yeah, I don't think I'm bringing these lights with me home when I do my home stream for Christmas. Steek, how do you, what do you prefer to be called? Because you already got a nickname for me, Monkey D. Roof. Also, is that implying that I give roofies to people? All this setup when it could have just had a cozy stream? Brother, if we had a cozy stream, we'd 100% need these fucking lights. More so than we need them now. The desk clamp. Just use your phone flashlight? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Man, Otto, you thought I was in HD earlier? Wait till I get this shit working. Wait till I get this shit working. I also don't know if I should actually like... So like you can set these up to be either vertical or horizontal. I don't know if I should set them up to be vertical or horizontal. Don't have to cut out cardboard cutouts for your 8K face. First date went well tonight. We're currently planning on doing a second date sometime this weekend. Looking forward to it. Awesome. Awesome. That's awesome to hear. Happy for you, Emmy. Okay, so I can set the lights like this, or I can set them like this. I feel like this is probably better. I feel like horizontal is better than vertical because I have the space to do horizontal. I would love to be fucking off the market again. You're fucking off the market? Does the market know you're doing this? Are you at least making money while you're fucking off the market? You're gonna need sunglasses at some point? Well, good news for you, Otto. I just got new sunglasses. So I'm good to go. I wear my sunglasses inside and at night because my future's so bright. That's right. These are dirty as fuck. I need to clean them. I finally got my aviators. Like I said, I wanted them. And I finally got them. And I got 2 more sets. This is weird. What can I see at it? I have a glare off. All right, time to put on the next. Time to put the next poll up. Pull us up. Pull us up. I just got new sunglasses. So I'm good to go. Holy shit, I look good. I wear my sunglasses inside and at night because my future's so bright. I don't see a poll. That's because you're not supposed to see the poll. Shit, I look good in aviators. I wish I had the aviators when I passed my pilot thing and I had the bomber jacket. I would have looked so good. Okay. Second one is lit. The second one's up. Emily, congratulations on the watch streak. You gonna Top Gun it for your first flight? I mean, I technically already took my first flight. He didn't see the clip title? What the fuck? What was the clip title? Fucking goofball? I mean, that works. That works. Top Gunning it on your flight is colloquialism for hijacking a plane? I don't think so. Hi, Okayish. Oh, Okayish, you just missed something. Okayish, watch this. I just got new sunglasses. So I'm good to go. I wear my sunglasses inside and at night because my future's so bright. Wood? Okay. All right, now I need to figure out where to plug it in. Figure out which holes are available, chat. Would exchange for one size smaller? Ever smaller. Put player is super low, can barely hear it. I can't change the volume on that. I'm maxed out on the volume on OBS. Yeah, I'm maxed out on the volume for shout out clip. Finally, somebody's using the spray. How are you, Okayish? I'm behaving, excuse me. To be fair, wood is probably the most benign thing that Okayish has ever said in this chat. I've left 3 comments behind in the short time I've been here. Because the volume for Twitch in the browser is low? Yeah, that'll probably do it, SCal. Please clap. JebBush.gif. Okay. So. I have the plug. Now I have to find an outlet somewhere. I don't know if I have any more surge protectors. I'm on official journalistic record telling horny Hassan chatters to go sit in the corner and think. Ghost looks for somewhere to insert his plug. Please cut for ad break. Yeah. Except it's not the top of the hour auto. Jeez. I wish someone would protect my surge. Yo? Yo? Hey, yo? Also, chat, I don't think I need the second light. I don't think I need the second light. Like, this light is fucking bright as fuck. Actually, it's probably gonna look banger. It's probably gonna look really good with a second light. The only light you need is the light of Allah, brother. Lumen rating?
Where to God? Guys, pray. I pray.
2,800 lumens.
Pray.
I don't think we're gonna get 39,000 here.
Oh my God. It worked. Oh my God.
Banger, I barely know her. Well, that hasn't stopped me before.
Alhamdulillah, God is love.
I mean, in your face, it's bright. I haven't even turned it up to the brightest yet. I'll do that in a second.
Everybody take the shahada now. Everybody.
Ghost, please? Please what?
Right now.
Please what?
Right now.
Please what? Chat. Check out the YouTube. Check it out. Subscribe to it. Share it. Share with your family. Share with your friends. Share with your enemies. I don't care. Share it to everybody. Share it to the whole world. Make sure you watch every video and you like every video and just comment on it. But yeah, share it with everybody. I am so dumb. I'm so goddamn stupid. I'm like, oh my God, I don't have another surge protector. Oh, hey, Ghost. When you go home, how do you plug all your shit in? Adoy, a surge protector. Fucking dumb. I'm so stupid. So dumb. I'm so dumb. Not the mullet jump scare. I can't believe some of y'all liked my hair like that. Hey, when I'm trying to help people out and people are like, oh, this site feels sus, or I feel like it's a self-promo. Oh, you're scamming? Like, you're a lost ass. Y'all, Ghost needs to turn on the light so bright that it washes him out. He needs that ghostly pale look. Yeah, that's it. Ghost, did I show you my clip from the Fear in China stream? No. No. What clip? Which clip? I don't know how I want to do this.
Hi. Chat wants to be me so bad. Combustible lemon bro. Oh, that's on my chat. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at?
What? What? Chat wants to be you so bad? You read out my chat? Nice. What did you say? What did you say?
Hi. Chat wants to be me so bad. Combustible lemon bro. Oh, that's on my chat. I was like,
Oh. Chat wants to be me so bad, lemon bro. Why does chat want to be you so bad, lemon? Is it because they kept calling us on? Ghosty. Hi, Tallies. How are you? Okay, how about yourself? Your boy is tired, Tallies. Your boy is tired, and we're set. We just got new lights. We just got new lights delivered today, and we're setting them up. That's what we're doing. Lemon Bro is Chinese for jealous person. I'm not scheduled for work tomorrow though, even though I could probably use the money. But I left myself available to work. So. Okay. So what I can do is I can plug this into the UPS and then plug both lights into this. And I think that's the least wires I would have to trip over. I think that's my plan. I think that's the plan, chat. Does UPS have a surge? Yes. But I also have... only half the UPS plugs are on the battery though. So mine has both Surge and Surge Plus battery. Yes, I have Surge and Surge Plus battery. Okay. Let me do this. All right, we're plugged in, chat. We're plugged in, but not as plugged in as chatters that avoid the top of the ad break. Because the top of every hour, run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Chat, it's daytime in here. Am I your friend? Chat, you're not my friend. You're not my friend. Okay. Okay. All right, all right. Add another one. Chat, these are so bright. Tallies, congratulations on the watch streak. So the thing that sucks about these lights is they don't have the various colors and stuff. Like I did with my other ones. So I can't freak y'all out too much. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice that the lighting is much better. I think I'm going to reposition the light. I think I'm going to go key light here. I have the fill light here. So I have key light here. Fill light here. I think I'm going to go fill light here, maybe. Now we can see your pores. Can you? Can you? Can you? It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. Reset. Connection failed. Okay. We're adding an accessory. He's so porous, like a sponge. No accessories found. We need a spot A stream. We need you to try some beauty mask on stream and rank them. Or not. Or I could just not do that. It's so funny that y'all like compliment me on like my hair and like my skin and stuff. And then when I tell you what I do, which is literally nothing, you're like, oh my God, how could you do that? I spent so much money on it. I can't believe you don't do anything. Sorry. I guess technically I put sunscreen on. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? I technically put sunscreen on. That's fucked up, you? Yeah. It's fucked up that I don't do anything. Like, I don't shampoo or anything. Go. Come on, work. Also, I literally need Keko in here right now. If you have nice skin, you have to tell people that you spend hours on it. That's the law. Yeah, apparently. Or nice hair. Tried to stream a game I got a review copy for. Went downstairs for food, came back. PC froze, so I'm getting that RAM kit. Oh. Were you not supposed to stream the review copy? Potentially? Says it's loud. Oh. All right. Okay. Now I do this. Half there. Other half there. And then we do access control, whitelist. So my date tonight was at a cafe and we were so caught up in conversation the cafe closed while we were there. That's pretty cool. That's a good date night then. El Gato, he liked. Operation failed. That's not good. Delete that device. Huh. That's weird, chat. That's weird. Oh, they're added. Sweet. It's an interesting game called 13Z, the Zodiac Tales. Even lets chat interact with something. My guess is either monster spawns, rewards I get from chests or something. That sounds interesting. Is it about like Zodiac Killer or something? Okay. All right. So, lights are set up. Lights are set up. Now I just have to adjust the brightness. Also, Auto, here's your redemption. Damn, bro, looks like daylight over there. Yeah, it's fucking bright. Fuck. All right, so now we adjust the brightness and shit. Actually, I should turn off my filter. Wave-based roguelike hack. Try to become the 13th Zodiac? Oh. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, how does this look? I can't tell. Oh, I'm red. I'm still very red. that's actually interesting. Oh, that's because this one's brighter. That's why it's just... Yo! That's crazy. The camera... Shit. I need to turn this off. I need to turn this off. I need to adjust. Okay, that's way too dark. That's way too warm. I'd imagine I should have the lights on the same warmth. Actually, having some mixed temperature lighting is typically better. Really? So what? One of them I should have blue, cool, and the other I should have warm. So I should do this. That's super bright. I don't think I need it that bright. I was probably say warm and warmer. Wait. So this is 100% bright on both of them. I like the color mix right now. I don't know if I like it being that warm. I don't know if I like it being that warm because it makes me look like I'm yellow. Looks more natural. Maybe it's a little less bright. I don't naturally look like orange, though. So, like, this is a white light. Damn it, where's Keko when you need him? I was really hoping he would be in here right at the beginning, so I get it squared away. Might be easier off my phone. You don't look orange on my screen? Try looking at your stream from your phone. Color accuracy on some phones actually better than gaming monitors. Oh, really? I mean, the other thing is I think I have night mode set right now. Yeah, I currently have, that's why. Because I had night light set on the PC. Well, there's your problem right there. I do look red. I do look red. That node makes it sepia? Yeah. Mexico filter. I feel like I still look red. No, that's too much. Your face is naturally peach white color. Don't try to get rid of all the peach and red tones on your face. Yeah. I actually like this. I'm pretty good with this. I just don't know if the lights need to be this bright. I'm checking the high definition chat. That's why I'm zooming in. Like as if I'm brighter, am I more defined? Actually, let me do this. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm seeing on mine. Actually, I'm like washed out on that picture. Fuck. Shit. Sorry, I lost the music. I lost the music chat. I exited out of the browser and I didn't mean to. My bad. 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 All right, music's back. I guess I could raise and lower the lights too. So the problem is I'm a perfectionist. The other problem is I have no idea what I'm fucking doing. I mean, the one thing that looks good is I don't think there's any glare behind me anymore. I don't think there's any glare behind me anymore. That's nice. I think this looks good. I think this looks good. Anybody have objections? I think this looks good. Okay, when Keko gets here, I'm sure he'll tell me it's dog shit. Yeah, it looks really bad on my... Still a little red. I look super washed out. Fuck. Do I look like I'm separated from the background? One of your lights is too cold, I think. You can even see a single strand of hair sticking to your left. That's HD, baby. Are you talking about like right here? Talking about this one right there? Damn, I really need to shave. Now this shit looks HD. Dude, I almost feel like I don't need two lights. Oh, I don't have a hue shift at all. That's a problem. Ooh, that was bad. I think I'm content with that. I think I'm good with that. Okay. All right, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Y'all happy with that? I'm happy with that. It is throwing me off a little bit, though. I don't think I like the warm light. I think that's my problem. I think that's my problem. I think I just don't like the warm light. It's fine. Okay. All right. So, next thing to do real quick is a Stream Deck thing. All right, I think we'll just have to adjust as we go. I think we'll just have to adjust as we go. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's an issue. Shit. God damn it. I literally have to redo it now. Fuck. All right, this is what we're gonna have to do. This is what we're gonna have to do. Okay. All right, I guess that's how I'm gonna have to do it. All right. All right, I'm all set. I'm all set. Thank you so much for being patient with me, and thank you for helping out. I told y'all this is how stream was gonna start. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Do y'all want to do React content? Like fun React content? Like I did a thing React content? Kako, are you kidding me? You just got in now? We're doing Pink Watch? No, we finished the game, Kako. Play Elden Ring? No. No. 10,000 subs. 10,000 subs, Pawa. Okay, bye. Keko, I literally need you here for my lighting adjustment. I need you here for my lighting adjustment. I've literally been talking about, like, I wish Keko was here right now while I fix my lighting. So, like, do I make my lighting warm or cool? Like, right now, I have my key light kind of in the middle. Kind of in the middle, and then I have my fill light a little warm. So I have my key light here. It's at 50% brightness, and then my fill light is at 13% brightness with like a warm fill. Keko tech support? Keko is literally a professional. Are you white balanced? No. Maybe? I don't know. Should I turn on auto white balance? Got a little Italian in there. Okay, sir or madam, you will want to first please check in to see if white balance is active, please. There, auto white balance is active. I thought we established auto white balance is bad. I thought we established auto white balance is bad. Ella, that's not how you do it. There. This is pretty white balance. Pull a piece of paper, cut your zoomed camera, and then balance. Okay, so here's the problem. I literally have a filter. Okay, I took off the filter. All right. I need... I should probably turn off the nighttime warm mode too while I do this. Am I adjusting the camera or the lights? Try to have the white fill the screen as much as possible and then hit the white balance. Then after we can adjust lights. I mean, this looks pretty adjusted. So this is super warm. Super cool. I mean, that looks fine. That looks fine. Everybody okay with that? Everybody good with that? Oh, God. I fucked up my hair. Okay. So what are you trying to go for lighting-wise? I'm trying to have a key light and a fill light. I don't know. I gotta put the filter back on. Are you more worried about shadows or coloring? Or both? I don't really give a shit about shadows. I actually like having the shadow here. And I like the shadow behind me because it separates me. Also, it looks like I'm really red. Still. No, it looks good. Looks good. Okay, Keko, I answered your question. Also, should I have white balanced it with the filter on? Okay, so and then as you're well lit, your main thing is white balancing. You're basically telling the camera in this lighting temperature, this is what the color white looks like. Then it adjusts. Oh, okay. So Keko, here, let me show you the brightness scale. Okay, this is 100% bright. This is 100% bright on both of them. Fuck. This is what I decided on. This is what I decided on as far as the balance. Yay or nay? More brightness on the key light, less brightness on the fill. Okay, and the lights to your left, your right. One here, one here. Or should I move my fill one more sideways? If you want to get rid of that shadow, you can move the fill more to the side, thus bending the shadow more. Or move it closer in front of you, which would line up behind you. I think the former is better. So moving it to the side, you think is better? Because, like, I'm not against having the shadow there because I feel like that separates... Because you don't want to blind yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'm already kind of blinding myself. So, like... What I kind of like having the shadow there because it keeps me separated from my background. I don't know. We could adjust it. It's easy. Shadow's not bad at all. I never noticed it. So, like, here, I'll just adjust it. How's that? I mean, it made the shadow work. Made the shadow worse. That's nice. Also, you raise the fill to make the shadow fall. Nice shirt on the chair. Thanks. I wore the sweatshirt last night, so I was trying not to wear it back-to-back days. And I could raise it. How's that? Okay, so here's the problem though. When I raise the desk, I have to make sure that I don't hit the ceiling. Look dead at the camera real quick. Wait. Hold, hodl. Okay, so the fill light I have too high right now. The fill light I have too high right now. It just hit the ceiling as I raised it. Shit. Hodl. Okay. Okay, looking at the camera. I'm looking at the camera. I'm looking at the camera. I'm looking at the camera. Chat. I'm looking at the camera. Cago. Yeah? Yay? Nay? No? Why wait for Kako? I'm gonna get water. Keiko still hasn't answered me? What the fuck? Gabriel actually adjust the head where it's almost directly looking down on you and use it as somewhat of a spot. And then just key with the key. It may work. Hello, my Japanese coworkers giving me opinions too. So they want, this is international. So they want the fill. So they want the fill light to be almost over the top of me like this. What was your question again? I don't know. I was asking if the lighting's good. I looked into the camera. You told me to look directly into the camera. I looked into the camera. It looks great now. Okay. Okay, now I have to do the stand test. It looks fantastic now. Cool. Now I have to do the stand test to make sure that I don't hit the ceiling when I stand up. Look at the camera once more. Fuck. Hold on. Okay. Looking into the camera. You're gonna get 10 seconds of me looking in the camera. Okay, how's that? You had no eyeshadows? You have a bit of glasses shadow on the side, but it's not bad. Okay, cool. Sweet. All right, time for the stand test. Fuck. Counting to 9, not to 10. I counted to 10. Yeah, whatever you did looks much better. I didn't do anything. I moved it to the side. I have it on the side of my desk now. I have it on the side of my desk, and I had to lower it a little bit because when I stand it up, it hits into my apartment ceiling, and I'd rather not do that. Motherfucker. Oh, so you bent the shadow out of the fill? The shadow here is not of the fill. The shadow here is from my key light. I adjusted it. This is my fill. My fill's on this side. My key light's on this side. I haven't moved my key light at all. Oh, so you didn't touch the key at all? I didn't touch the key. Yeah, I'm gonna work on this tomorrow. I lost power. Okay, so it's not touching the ceiling. I have about 3 more inches. You gonna twerk on what now? Okay. So here's standing. I have about 8 more inches of clearance. Now, I have about 6 more inches of clearance above them, but I'm good with this. I'm very content with this. I have no idea what I want this lighting to look like. You're very well lit. Thank you. Okay, now that I have that set, now we can do React content. Also, it's crazy how much different I look on a gaming monitor compared to my other monitors. So, Keko, if I use these lights for like filming a YouTube video, I'll just have to like kind of adjust the lights from there, right? This is basically 3-point lighting without the third backlight, so just key and fill. The key lights you up, the fill fills the shadows of the key. Yeah. I tried to find a 3-light setup, but everything came with like 2 lights. The only one that I found with a 3rd light setup was like a full-blown like photography studio setup, and I wasn't. There would be overkill. Okay. You don't need a backlight because so close to the wall. Also, you have those cubes. Yeah. And I feel like the key light shadow kind of helps keep me separated from the wall too. But like if I get a house someday and I have a full-blown stream room, I'll probably try to get a backlight to separate me from the back. At least that's my thought. Plus the wall is white, so it itself is a reflector. Yeah, I have clearance on the ceiling, so I'm good. Yo, this is so cool. What? Oh, me going up and down? Well, I'm literally holding it in place. So that part sucks. Fuck! I just hope these lights don't skyrocket my electric bill. Your desk is like a gym. Are you saying like a sailboat jib? Are you saying my stream kind of looks like a pirate ship? And my desk is like the jib, and then I have my mainsail? Is that what you're saying? Jib is when you move the camera up and down? Oh. Okay. I guess that's kind of cool. All right, time for React content. Time for React content. It's our boy, I Did a Thing. God, that took me 2 hours. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have streamed tonight and just did it. But, Keko, thank your coworkers. Thank your coworkers for the lighting advice. And tell them that you're going to buy them a beer for me.
On his podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, New York Times...
All right. They say hi. Oh, no, hot no. What do you mean no? No more! Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. You came at the perfect time.
Oh. Hey, what's up? That's a surprise tool for later. Hey, what? Hey, what? Hey, what?
No more. Welcome in. For those that don't know, I'm Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. I'm a variety gamer. I play a bunch of different games. I also do React content. I do React content to YouTube videos, news and politics, as well as current events. But thanks so much for the raid. Hopefully you stick around. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. But if you have to raid and run, I understand. But thank you so much for the raid. Nomar, how is stream? I'm in this raid. Did you react to RFK Jr.'s poems he wrote to Olivia and Newsy? No. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. Also, Nomar. Nomar, you need a non... Damn it. Nomar, you need a non-sub... Oh, they're awful. Nomar, you need a non-sub... raid message. Because as you can see, I unfortunately am not subbed to your channel at the moment. Welcome in. It's right up there with Ladybug. Ladybug? I don't even know if I know what Ladybug is. All right. So anyway, you're popping in right when we're Lindsey Graham's Ladybugs. Oh God! Oh no! No! Oh my God! I can't get that out of my head. I can't get that out of my head. Just like Keko can't get the top of the hour ad break out of his head because the top of every hour I run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends, like No More Noodles. But if not, then here comes a 3-minute ad break now. Ugh. Yeah, I know that did that one last as a last second thing. Oh, okay. Here comes the ad, chat. All right. Here's the link to the video. I'm going to pin that link. And then we're going to watch it. Watch along. Watch alongside of us. And then we're probably going to give it a thumbs up because we always do. Because I Did a Thing does great videos.
Now, I'm sure every single one of you watching has at some point thought about making or selling drugs. And I definitely have. A lot.
One
Never.
for you, one for me.
But it's illegal, which is why every other YouTuber out there has their boring legal side hustle. Mr. Beast sells crappy chocolates to kids. Logan Paul sells shitty drinks to kids. Dude Perfect sells clothes, probably made by kids, to kids. And Marcus Dribble. And I don't want to sell shit to kids. I want to sell to the most profitable market out there. Chinese men. Which is why today I'm going to try farming something else that grows right out of the dirt. Mud crabs. In a mud crab hotel in my garage and see how much money I can make selling them, and then compare it to growing drugs. Okay, now throughout this whole process, I'm going to be tracking all of it. How much money I spend on materials, the crabs, food for them, and how much time and effort it takes. Now, the first thing I'm going to need is crabs, which lucky for me, your mum already gave me, but I need bigger ones. And I live right next to this muddy creek, which based
That's right,
on
your
this
mom
sign,
already gave me
I'm
crabs.
guessing there's mud crabs around.
There are mud crabs here. They are delicious. Hello. Hi, Barricade. Welcome in. Barricade, you just came in after 2 hours of technical difficulties setting up new lights that I just bought. But the lighting's way better than it has been the last couple days. Okay. All right.
Usually you would have
Closed
to name the
captions.
bait,
Noise,
but I'm
noise,
just
looking
gonna use
good.
This fish I shot earlier.
I mean, to be fair, I always look good. Hodl. There we go. True. That's right. That's right, Barricade. Remember that.
And that's the best thing about fishing. With every fish you catch, you also get a buy one, get one free crab. So after leaving the traps out into the night, I got these undersized crabs, which are perfect to grow in the hotel, but I'm not legally allowed to take them. And I'm looking for crabs that are barely legal, as the idea is that the young ones grow quicker. So at the moment, at 500 grams, is worth around $20, give or take market value and how hungry the buyer is. But they grow at an amazing rate, meaning this crab could more than double its size in 3 months. So the longer I keep them and feed them and resist eating them, the more money I make. So I kept putting crab traps out and bringing in crabs, and if I caught a fish, I put them back in the trap to catch more crabs. And so far this is looking pretty good. I kind of have a perpetual motion crab trap machine. But after 3 days of crabbing, I only caught 3 crabs. So I bought 7 more from the market. Now I just need somewhere to put them, which I probably should have figured out before my car was filled with crabs.
Bro, why did you fill your car with crabs? What are you doing? Why does he do this shit?
But luckily I do have this fish tank lying around that Alexa and I bought when we wanted to make a Chinese restaurant. So now I just need to buy a bunch of separate drawers. And you're probably wondering, why do you need separate drawers for the crabs? Just chuck them all in the big tank you have. But here's the thing about mud crabs. They are dickheads. And if left by themselves, they'll commit every crime known to man on each other, including cannibalism, incest, genocide, and even grand theft auto. So I need to keep these...
Sorry, I'm back. I was laminating. Okay, let's repeat what Alex is saying on why mud crabs need to be separated.
About mud crabs. They are dickheads.
Brother, what is
By
this?
themselves.
This is I Did a Thing. Click on the link I have pinned at the top of the chat. Watch alongside of it. This is I Did a Thing, the YouTube channel.
They'll commit every crime known to man on each other, including cannibalism, incest, genocide, and even Grand Theft Auto. So I need to keep these creepy guys apart. The drawers also make giving them an even amount of food easier and makes cleaning the tanks easy. And I don't know if this is going to work, but I installed these tap things in each drawer that will make the water level equal in each of them and circulate all the water. Okay, and usually when setting up a tank, you need to spend months being an autistic fish nerd, getting the right bacteria to grow in the tank, which will eat all the crab shit before you add your animals. But I reckon if I just steal a bunch of rocks and water from the river they came from, I won't have to do that, as the rocks are already covered in good bacteria. Also, stealing the water means I don't have to buy any salt or muck around with pH or anything.
It's not a suspicious looking barrel at all.
But after talking about how smart I am for stealing rocks,
I used to have a friend who worked at Joe's Crab Shack, and me, my ex, and a bunch of other friends worked across the street at Denny's. So we could call her when we were getting off shift to ask if she was red. She would answer the phone, and we would ask, "You guys got crabs?" And when she recognized us, she would be like, "Yeah, we got them real bad." Did they waterboard real Neff? Will Neff? No. Hassan waterboarded Alex for the Patreon video. They practiced CIA torture techniques on each other, and they didn't post any of them on YouTube because it would have violated the terms of services. So instead, they put it behind a paywall on the Patreon. He did the thing, but did he ever stop to think if he should do the thing? No, he never does. He never does, Barricade.
I also added this biomedia and bacteria starter kit just because it can't hurt, which cost me around $100.
I signed up for the top tier, the Adam Friedland show, so my name will be on the videos in big font. That's fucking awesome, Keko. Is it Spank Me immediately or is it Keko?
And so far, I've spent $100 on the filter, $40 on the drawers, $120 on the heaters, $250 on the crabs, $100 on these taxidermy
My real name? Okay.
frogs, and the piping and stuff I stole from Bunnings. So I'm $610 in the hole.
When did you start doing that? Which videos are going to show up in?
Which when you compare that to buying a small grow house system, it's much cheaper so far. But I don't know if the system is going to work. And the idea is all the crab waste comes out through the bottom here into these sponges which catch all the big stuff. Then it goes through all this porous rock filled with good bacteria that eat all the piss and shit. Then it goes over the river rock.
I should have done it before Zorons. Damn it. That would have been better. Also, they must have filmed and turned around and edited the Zoran one very quickly. Because they specifically talk about him visiting Trump. I don't know if it's leading up to him visiting Trump or if it's Trump visit at all. Going to the grocery, y'all need anything? Paul Wall, I need stovetop stuffing. And I need a white American cheese. If you could grab that for me. I'm so thankful for Come Town, so I'm subbed to the Come Town archives and tabs. Nice.
And back up here and just repeats, which doesn't work, as the water comes out of the pump a lot quicker than it can get out of these holes. And now the drawer is overfilling. So I just poke some holes in the pipe until the...
Need a new phone, that's what I need. Mine broke, and I'm Ted Kaczynski mode. Whoa, Goose. Easy, Goose.
Flow level went down, which was actually my plan all along, as it also aerates the water. Okay, I can finally get the crabs out of my car. And after almost losing a finger getting all 10 crabs into all the drawers, I remembered I need to take them all out again to weigh them. And the first guy came in very heavy at 1,077 grams, which is too fat. But the creek I got him from doesn't have a good return policy, so hopefully I can still make him gain weight. So the total weight of them is 8.25 kilos, with the biggest crab weighing 1,077 grams and the smallest being 605 grams. So my money is on the smallest guy gaining the most weight. Alright, let me tell you the specs of this baby. This right here is a water-cooled mudcrab. Tolerates between 19 and 29 degrees water. You can pay extra for the protection plan, which gives you metal calcium armor, meaning they are super hardy and come with a 6-month money-back guarantee. These babies will eat whatever you give them. Prawns, fish, carrots, their own poo, literally anything. And with this 10-core Deca system, I should be doubling my money in no time. What I've also kind of created by accident is the crab version of the human centipede. See, the guy on the top is alright, but the guy below him gets all his piss and shit. Then this guy gets all their piss and shit, and it just...
Oh my god, Alex, why didn't you think of that? Oh my fucking god. The bottom guy is gonna get all the piss and shit from all of them?
Pete's all the way down. It's just a big piss and shit hotel, kind of like the Hilton in Sydney. All right, a lot of them seem quite stressed out, especially the 7 I bought from the Sydney fish market. And the conditions at the market really weren't great. The crabs were piled on top of each other in styrofoam boxes in a hot room with lots of kids lined up to poke the crabs in the eyes. Plus they weren't eating and they were drying out. So I thought a bit of food might help them. So I cut up some salmon I speared into slices and gave it a go. And according to these Indonesian men online, I am meant to follow the American diet and feed them 10% of their body weight a day, which for most of the crabs is 80 grams. The equivalent of me eating 9 kilos a day. So this guy grabbed it and started eating straight away, but the others weren't interested. But I thought they might be shy, so I turned off the lights and left them overnight.
The escape artist? What?
Wakey, wakey.
And in the morning I was hoping to see the remaining food missing,
That guy didn't eat his food. Go what? Yes, he is. That guy didn't eat his food. Oh my God.
but something else went missing. A whole ass crab. It must have squeezed out of this gap, which I should have closed.
How? He totally just crawled away. Where he could be. It's probably under here.
I just messaged the Patreon to confirm that it will, in fact, be my real name. Wait, you just messaged them to make sure that it was your real name? So now you're definitely going to get sent to the camps, Kako?
He totally got out. He's in here. He's in here. Oh my God.
And I'm really lucky that I found the crab, and he didn't do the most obvious thing and slip under the garage door.
Did you literally put a camera on the crab?
Hop on a bus and go to the RSPCA, where it reports me for crimes against crabs. Instead, it just sat next to the heater in the sump tank all night. So only 4 of the crabs ate their food. So I cleaned out all the gunk, which there's actually heaps of, and now my whole garage kind of smells like a fish shop. Okay, after letting them chill out for like 6 hours, I decide to feed them again. But I'm going to try something fancier to see if they like it. The same fish, but this time it's more stinky.
Worth it for cum boys?
I really thought it would be easier to get mud crabs to eat, but some of them would only eat if I hold the food in front of their face for like 10 seconds and just wiggle it around. And more crabs ate their food, probably like 6 out of 10. All 3 from the creek are eating, but 4 of the market ones don't want to. And the market ones actually seem to hate food so much that they trick me into thinking they're going to eat it. Then when I look away, they just push the food into the corner. Especially this fat guy on the top, who hasn't touched his food at all and barely moves. Alright, the fish and piss smell was getting way too strong, so I turned on this fan, which I stole from a marijuana grow house, and tried feeding them again. But this time I'm going to rub garlic on the fish, as I heard somewhere that they like the stinkiness. And as soon as I gave the fish to this guy, he started doing a handstand for some reason.
They do weird shit sometimes.
They probably don't like being in this tight of a confined space. It's just a guess. Just a guess.
They're doing a handstand.
And by some miracle it worked.
I wish I had this amount of time and money. Well, to be fair, his job is to literally make these videos. So yeah. So this is the goal, right, Keko? So this is the goal. Like, we live our life and make this wonderful content so that we have time to do this shit. A lack of caring for the aesthetic of my living room space. This is one of the goals. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. This is the goal. This is the lone goal.
For every crab except the traumatized guy. But at least he is moving around a lot more. And you know, I'm already learning stuff about crabs that I didn't know. Like, I had no idea that when they eat, the big claws just hold the food in front of their face, and then like a scene from a horror movie, 6 tiny little hands come out of their face and start ripping apart the food, which is very similar to how Americans eat.
I just realized I didn't...
And the piss smell just keeps getting worse. It's like a wet market in here. So I stole 200 litres from Sydney Harbour, sucked all the crab shit into my mouth,
Oh, God!
and then changed the water. And I don't know if Sydney Harbour's water is the healthiest, as it's filled with microplastics and heavy metals. But if I'm already filled with microplastics, then I want the crabs to be as well. And all the crabs seem to be getting much more lively, and they're attacking me every time I try to feed them. And I thought that after feeding them for 5 days, there would be a little bit more respect. But then again, I am keeping them captive in tiny drawers in a piss hotel, so maybe not.
Day 6, I get
Okay,
money.
before we go any further with the mud crabs,
Oh.
let me tell you about the sponsor of today's video,
Ethical reacts.
Udo.
Ethical reacts.
Managing these mud crabs
Ethical
is burning
reacts.
a hole in my productivity and would have been much easier if I used Udo, an all-in-one business management software that provides entrepreneurs like me with a range of applications to simplify the day-to-day management of their business, including invoicing, accounting, project management, website creation, and more. Udo keeps pace with your evolution, allowing you to add additional applications as you grow and your needs change. Let's say I need to pay a fishmonger for bringing me crab food. I can do this easily with Udo, as
Ethical reacts.
Udo's invoicing app allows you to manage and track your invoices electronically. It only takes a few seconds to create your first invoice, add your customer details, the products or services you're changing, along with the quantity, and then specify the payment and billing terms. Once a customer is
Also, did you see the due date was 2023? So it's definitely the video that they sent him to play.
received an Udo invoice, they'll be redirected to a portal that will let them pay it using whatever payment method suits them best. You can easily track the status of the invoice in Udo's invoicing app and be notified when it goes from unpaid to paid. So go to my link in the description and get your first Udo application free for life.
I love when clients
Something
do that
went
shit.
very wrong. I'm not sure if you can.
I mean, it makes it significantly easier for the editing. We have our own video you can just chop up, and it's from 2008. So do you actually like it or not?
tell what, but there is meant to be water inside this tank and not just burnt heating filaments.
Ground has obviously been wet, and I don't know if you can tell, all this metal is rusty. How does my lathe get that rusty? Wet over here, wet over there.
I hate it.
Here. What happened?
And I'm guessing what happened was that either a crab or his food got stuck inside the water outlet and then the drawer filled up. And I say that because there is currently a piece of food stuck inside the water outlet.
One piece of meat gets stuck on the pipe. The whole garage floods.
Luckily, the crab
Wow.
somehow didn't die even after not having filtered water for 2 days. And there's a valuable lesson in this kit.
For 2 days? He didn't notice it for 2 days? Was he gone for 2 days? Was he not there for
Don't
2
go away
days?
camping for 2 days and let your younger brother look after your mum.
Oh.
So I stole some
Oh, he went camping for 2 days and his younger brother had... Oh, I answered my own question.
more water from the harbour and filled it back up. And then tried feeding them something different as a reward for almost killing them. And gave them
One time we had a major car dealer make an ad and they wanted me to just chop up, and at the end during the visit, our website part, it showed the typing on the URL bar, but the search history showed for a second it was a hentai site. We had an awkward meeting with them. That's amazing.
giblets and a prawn. Prawn is for the traumatized guy that won't eat.
Doing it again. This time I've noticed.
And it's flooding again. And it's the same guy in the same tank. I reckon he is stuffing food in the pipe in an attempt to kill the other crabs so they stop pissing on him. Alright, I'm going to weigh one of the crabs to see if this is working at all. And this guy here was around 638 grams when I first weighed him. One of the smallest. So I hope he has gained some weight.
What was his weight before? Oh, yes! 640
That looks like a
to
7.
740.
And at first I thought the weight gain was good, but he's only gained 100 grams. And considering I'm feeding all of them 2 60-gram pieces of fish a day, he hasn't even gained as much weight as a day's worth of food. So I'm not sure where all that weight is going. He must just be shitting it out. He does feel a lot more full.
That's not how weight works. Just because you eat like 3 pounds of food doesn't mean you gain 3 pounds.
Though. And no, I'm not misgendering him. I looked at his penis.
Nice cock, dude.
And so far I've actually managed to keep food costs
Yeah, that's
really
a cock,
low. I ran
dude.
out- gained as much weight as a day's worth of food. So I'm not sure where all that weight is going. He must just be shitting it out. He does feel a lot more full though. And no, I'm not misgendering him. I looked at his penis.
Nice cock, dude.
And so far I've actually managed to keep food costs really low. I ran out of caught fish, but I've been feeding them Aussie salmon from the market, which is cheap at like $3 a kilo. And I've gone through like 6 kilos of meat, so that's around $25. But for the amount of weight they gained so far, definitely not worth it. Alright, I wake up to flood.
Another
again,
great flood?
multiple times. So I need to come up with some way to stop that. At first I thought I'd make an overflow pipe on the drawers running down the side here, but that doesn't actually solve anything, as another piece of food can still get caught in that pipe, and also a pipe will mean I can't open the drawers. So I'm going to try the cheapest solution possible, theft. And I stole 10 of these adapters from Bunnings. And I reckon if I cut a bunch of slots in the side, which will create
Chat, I don't think he stole all this shit. I don't think he stole all of this stuff.
multiple points for the water to get through, even if the food blocks it, it should work. And look, this floating food can't get in the pipe. And the food floating is probably the main problem, but it doesn't matter. It flooded again, and I wish you could smell my garage right now. As when it flooded, it wasn't only water coming out of it, but crab shit and fish bits.
Smells just disgusting.
And now everything is just covered in a light layer of shit. It's disgusting, but I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to ignore it.
Dude, his garage is probably so fucked. His garage is probably so fucked with the amount of fucking crab shit and crab piss.
Alright, I've been way too fixated on the crabs and keeping them alive, and I didn't pay much attention to the tank below them, until one day it flooded real bad, and that's when I noticed how much other stuff was living in the tank. And I've accidentally created a home for castaways. They must have been on the rocks or water that I stole. First we've got the snails, and to give you an indication of how crap the water in Sydney Harbour is, when I first add the water, they always run up the side of the tanks, but then settle back in. And we got this spirally guy, this weird guy, and a bunch of these black ones. And they clean the algae in the tank, but besides that, they aren't very useful, besides being delicious. So maybe I can sell them to some French guys or something. Then we've also got these guys, and I'm not really sure what they are, but luckily,
Looks like
I have a
starfish.
fish identification chart.
Square fish? Circle fish?
No. No.
He's stuffing the circle. He's stuffing the starfish to the circle.
There's an anemone, which is always waving its arms around and trying to eat stuff, like these tiny crabs, which I'm not sure the species, but compared to mud crabs aren't very impressive, so I don't care. Then there's also these little fish. I counted like 6 to 8 of them, which I probably scooped up when doing
Oh, that looks
photo
like a
pictures.
squid.
And I'm not sure the species, but they're actually pretty beautiful and hang out in a gang under this rock, just chasing each other around and everything else in here. And they must be surviving on the food scraps that the crabs don't eat and mud crab poo. And it's pretty beautiful seeing everything live in peace and equilibrium in this tank when they were all brought together by an accident. And an anemone ate one of the fish.
Dangerous visitor.
Alright, when looking at the footage on the computer, I found something I didn't expect. I was sticking the camera under this rock to see where all the fish were hanging out, and I spotted something. And you can't see it that well, but there is definitely a well-camouflaged animal moving here. It might be like a slug or a snail, but it kind of looks like an octopus. So today's mission is to find out what it is.
What?
And I was moving rocks around for a couple of minutes and didn't find it. But
Is it
then
Adderall type
appeared.
video shoot?
There's a tiny octopus right there.
Is what being
Christ.
on drugs is like?
That is a blue ring octopus.
What?
That is a blue ring octopus.
How the fuck did he get an octopus in there? What the fuck?
Come on, let me scoop you. Come on,
He's
Come
using
on.
the kitchen strainer?
come on.
Wait, are the blue ring octopus like very similar to like the blue ring jellyfish? Because like the blue ring jellyfish are super deadly, aren't they?
I got it. Oh my god. That is a blue ring. That is a blue ring octopus.
Just an octopus? Super poisonous? Really? Really? Super poisonous? Holy shit. I didn't know that at all. Super deadly? Really?
It's tiny.
Oh, he's definitely gonna touch it.
Whoa.
That is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
And this is a blue ring octopus, one of the deadliest animals in Australia, capable of sucking off 20 men with a single bite. And apparently they're poisonous as well. And
Sucking
this is
off
insane.
20 men?
Must have been hiding in the rocks I collected, most likely this big cinder block, which means I easily could have put my hand on him and been bitten and killed. So I don't really want to leave him here, as I'm sure he doesn't appreciate the mud crab piss and poo. So I'm going to catch him and return him somewhere safe back in the ocean.
Okay, I don't think that he actually released it into the swimming area. I think this is a bit. But this is a hilarious joke.
And here's something I didn't know about crabs. They like to take their clothes off, like frequent. It's called molting. And the smaller ones like this will remove their outer layer every couple of weeks to get bigger. Now when it first started happening, I thought the crab was just dead. But then I came back to 2 crabs in the tank. And sadly I didn't capture the process on camera, but it's like another scene from a horror movie. It literally pulls its own face off and then they crawl out of their own body, leaving behind their eyes, gills, and mouth. And it's probably one of the dumbest evolutionary things I've ever seen. Firstly, they can barely move while
crazy.
they are molting. And then the process kills them some of the time. And then, if it does work, they come out with soft shells, making them perfect for a Malaysian man to eat. And the crabs really didn't consider this before evolving. Also, because these crabs are under a year old and technically minors without clothes on, I'm going to refrain from looking at them while they're molting. And this means the fattening process is working, and they are putting on weight, which is very good. Okay, I feel like an idiot for not knowing this, but the molting process is the most important thing for weight gain. So after this guy shed his shell, he was super hungry and was eating like 2 pieces of food a day and really fattened out, which makes sense. As
deserves a cook pot.
Weight, their shell is restricted.
I mean, we're not trying to become like crabs in the bucket, right? Because the crabs will pull each other down.
Restricting them. So that's why they didn't gain that much weight before. I needed them to molt. And apparently, according to the internet, the juveniles molt 1 to 2 weeks, but mine are already pretty big, which explains why it took him so long to molt. But I'm still happy, as after molting in 10 days, he looks significantly bigger. But I'll find out his weight at the end. Everything is going really well. The depressed big guy at the top finally ate some food. And another crab I got from the creek molted. And the crabs from the market are still eating, but not as much. So maybe they are getting prepared to molt or something. I'm also having a lot of fun looking after them, ignoring how bad my garage smells. And I've kind of become obsessed. I really just want to see how big I can make these crabs now.
Day 90?
Obsessed. I'm the crab guy.
3 months?
All I talk and think about are my crabs. If someone comes over, the first thing I ask them is, "Hey, you want to see my crabs?"
Oh, Alexa, come look at my crabs.
It smells so bad, dude. It's actually the whole house smells. Like someone did a poo inside a dead fish.
And that's the worst thing. I can't even smell them anymore. It's only the other people that notice, which means I'm walking around probably smelling like a crab. And this process is still going really well. I've had all 3.
There's something not right about this? Of course there's definitely something not right about this. There's piss and shit everywhere in his garage.
From the creek molt, but the market crabs still haven't. And that's either because the creek ones are just healthier or like taking their clothes off more. So I reckon I'm going to feed them for 1 more week to fill them up, and then I might sell them. Alright, I've had these crabs in my garage for 100 days now. And besides the constant piss smell, I kinda love it. They all have unique personality. For example, this one tries to bite me, and this one tries to bite me even more. And I've also
crabs
learned
are people
about myself in the process. For example, that I like crabs. And I am slightly sad they have to go, but it's time to weigh them and sell them and get some money.
Clams are people?
We have the big lethargic guy whose initial weight was 1,077 grams. And after 3 months of work, I have gained a massive 76 grams. Not good. Next we have the feisty guy who was 759 grams, so I'm hoping for a little more, if I can get him to let go of the bucket.
It's funny that once they grab one thing, they don't let go. It seems kind of like a design flaw.
And he is now 861 grams, a gain of 102 grams, so far I am not making much money. Okay, number 3 was originally 638 grams, the smallest, but he is molten.
I mean, to be fair, he's literally, he's doing capitalism. He's doing capitalism to try to get rich quick. This is what he's doing.
And definitely looks much bigger, so I'm hopeful. And this is amazing. He has more than doubled in weight and is now
Is that how veal farms work?
17 grams heavier. Okay, and then I'm skipping to the last guy who was 792 grams, but hasn't molted and still looks small. And he is 907 grams. So in
seriously, it's
total,
horrific.
Gained
I know.
2,269 grams, which is not that much. But I
What's up, Ghosty? What's up, Manu?
know how much that is worth until we sell them. And if I take in all the other costs, $610 plus electricity for the filter and heater for 4 months, which is $150 plus my labor, I don't think I've made any money.
What are you watching
Right,
tonight? We're watching I Did a Thing have a mud crab farm. And finding out he's obsessed with crabs. And finding out it's not good for him, probably.
I haven't sold them. I keep delaying it as I feel a bit bad, but since I'm not legally allowed to release
Yeah, a lot of niche animal farming techniques are like this. I don't doubt it.
them back into the nature since I farm them now, which was a mistake I learned after my video called How Many Fish Does It Take to Pull a Boat, which I received a $3,000 fine. I've decided I'm going to keep 5 of them and sell the smallest 5, which I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do, so I'm going to find someone who doesn't care.
I love crabs.
And selling them was actually a very stressful experience for me.
Strictly moving and tenderize the meat, etc. and foie gras. Yeah, no, I knew that.
Watching my babies being weighed, not knowing if I actually made any money or not.
The crab black market, especially in my plate. Crabs are good on your plate, but not in your pants. Remember that, chat. Crabs not good in your pants.
That went so much better than I thought it would. I got $576 for my 5 crabs. And this only happened as not only had the overall mud crab weight gone up by like 50%, but the price of mud crabs had more than doubled in the months I had them, going from $45 a kilo to $85 a kilo.
Hell
which
yeah.
means the 5 mud crabs I sold were worth $300 more than the 7 I originally bought from the market.
Nice.
And this is something I really didn't consider in this experiment, was that mud crabs are actually a speculative asset, just like Bitcoin.
They're a speculative asset. If you just sit on them, they just go up. The number just goes up. The number just goes up. Crustaceans are tasty, but they invoke a visceral disgust in me when they're crawling around. Crab's delicious. They're sea bugs. Yeah. Lobster is so much worse visually than crab. Yeah. I mean, they believe that lobster was like horrible food because it was a bottom feeder. So they used to feed it to prisons and shit. So much so that I think one prison actually rioted when they didn't get lobster.
Or gold. In fact, my mud crabs actually went up in price more than Bitcoin over the same period. So let's go over the cost. The original 7 crabs I bought, plus parts, foods, and electricity, was $960, not including my 3 months of labor. The profit on the 5 crabs I sold was $398. Even though this sounds good, if we subtract the profit from the costs, I'm still $562 in the hole. So this crab dinner was very expensive. But technically, my crabs did go up in value. So, should you make a mud crab farm in your garage? Probably
No.
not. For 3 months of work, you were definitely better off growing drugs. And I think the only reason those Indonesian men online can make it profitable is firstly because their labor costs are low. They also use cheap scrap fish, but most importantly, they know what they're doing. Thank you so much for watching. If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other stuff.
Chat, subscribe, give them a thumbs up. Y'all know they're the cockroaches of the sea, so they're going to survive a nuclear blast. Manu. Moreover, sharing time, me and the girl I went on a date with tonight just got done texting back and forth for like 4 hours straight after our date before saying goodnight to each other. We are vibing hard. Nice. Congratulations, Emily. Think crabs are worse than lobsters visually. They're spiders. Lobsters have so many appendages. Bravo. Once again, incredible work. Incredible work. All right, chat. Time for I Been a Minute. Time for Been a Minute. Why centrists and Ezra Klein are ruining everything. I think we're going to like this, chat. I think we're going to like this a lot. All right. So while I start this video, I have to take my shit out of the dryer and make sure everything's dry. And I will be listening. I will be listening as we watch. Wonder how Ethan Klein is doing. Who cares?
journalist Ezra Klein spoke with progressive author and activist Ta-Nehisi Coates about how Democrats can gain ground.
Centrism is based in making the world a fucking worse place. Don't put shit in the dryer, dummy. Why? I have shit in the dryer. That's how I dry my clothes. What do you call me dummy for?
Today's deeply divided political
Slow
landscape.
gradual decline favors me, okay? I forgot you're the HVAC businessman. That's how you get hot shit? What if I want hot shit?
It's a question many Americans are asking. How can the opposition party to the GOP, the Republicans, and the MAGA coalition actually win? So let's listen to what Ezra had to say.
I am saying the thing it sounds like I am saying. To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead...
To defeat the right and gain real power within the Democratic Party, Ezra Klein suggests giving up one of the party base's most strongly held and popular policy positions in order to appeal to conservatives in a state like Nebraska. In other words, shift the party's values further to the right to win over a red state. How do you beat Republicans? Well, by becoming them, of course. This is just one of several examples where Ezra has floated ideas like this while trying to answer the question, how do Democrats or the left gain more power? And this is a perfect example.
I can't believe I keep fucking saying this. I can't believe I have to keep saying this. We have literally tried this. We have tried this so many fucking times. We've tried it with Al Gore. We've tried it with John Kerry. We tried it with fucking Kamala Harris. If you become Republicans, they vote for the originals. If you become a little less racist than the racists, they're going to vote for the original racists.
Of attempting to defeat the opposition by compromising your own core beliefs, trading conviction for electability, trying to find a centrist middle ground to attract those who already lean to the right. Now, if this were just a random take on Twitter or some...
Okay, Klein isn't wrong about that specifically. For state election, it's entirely the fault of a two-party system. It is incorrect. It's 100% incorrect. When progressive policies get put onto the ballot in red states, they win overwhelmingly. Run on progressive values. Run on working class policies. He is wrong. Yes. 100% fucking incorrect. He's wrong. 1,000,000% wrong. Andy Beshear is like literally the most progressive Democratic governor, and he won Kentucky by a fuck ton of points. How do blue Republicans win in New England then? Blue Republicans? Because they also... Republicans win in blue states in New England because New England's fucking weird. And also, they win in mostly rural areas. And Republican governors are different than fucking... than Republican federal office holders. Also, Maine has ranked choice voting. So, it's completely different. Maine is weird. If you're talking about Maine is fucking weird. That's why I specified state elections. Maine is weird. Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky and is more progressive than any of the other blue state governors. Kentucky, the same state that has elected Mitch McConnell, who is single-handedly the entire reason that we are in this fucking boondoggle that we are. Vermont's red by a massive margin. Yeah, but they also elect a socialist literally every fucking year. They elect Bernie Sanders, who's the furthest left politician in the country. Sorry, senator. Explain that one, Otto. Why do they keep electing Bernie Sanders? If they're so red, why do they keep electing Bernie Sanders? Maine feels like a real life psychological horror zone. Yeah. Because blue Republicans are viable, so are red Democrats. No, they're not. They are not. They're not. They're not. If that was true, Kamala Harris would have won. They're not. They're not viable. They never have been. They never will be. If you're becoming Republican light, they're going to vote for fucking Republican. Progressive candidates win constantly. Newsom is a red Democrat? No, he's just a fucking Democrat. He's just a Democrat. He's just a Democrat. He's not a red Democrat. He's just a Democrat. He's an establishment Democrat. Democrats themselves are red Democrats. They're all conservative. Establishment Democrats are conservative. That's it. Also a scumbag, yes. Better be a Democrat because they are winning the next election. Is anybody actually willing to vote for Republicans? Yes, 40% of the country are willing to vote for Republicans, Manu. I don't know if you checked. But the country is currently run by all Republicans. Federally. Like, they have a trifecta. I would also say that if you pitted actual progressive against fascist light, the progressive would wipe the floor with them. Yes, 100 fucking percent. Which is why Zoran Mamdani whooped everybody's fucking ass in New York City. Trump is getting hit because he isn't right enough? No, he's not. Trump is getting hit because nobody can fucking afford anything. And the only people that's hitting Trump because he's not right enough are the Groypers, which are literal Nazis and are Nick Fuentes aligned. And everybody understands that Nick Fuentes is fucking gross, except for Zoomers. Only on the fascist internet forums? Yeah.
Other podcaster, I wouldn't really care to point it out, and I definitely wouldn't be making this video. But this is Ezra Klein we're talking about. A New York Times
IRL Republicans still love Trump? Yes. Trump has like a 90% approval rating amongst the Republican Party.
journalist with significant influence within the American left. Democratic politicians on Capitol.
The incoming right, Fuentes, is, and that is the wave coming for the Republicans next. Cool. And then everybody's going to realize they're fucking gross. Good. I hope it wipes out the entire Republican Party. I hope they fight amongst themselves. Let them fight. Let them fight. Do you know how easy it would be to defeat like Nick Fuentes when he sits there and says, oh, it's actually black people are the problem or Jewish people are the problem? And you sit there and be like, no, it's billionaires. Billionaires are the problem. And if you get rid of marginalized people, it's still not going to save money for you. I hope so too. Yeah. I mean, technically Hillary Clinton tried that shit with Donald Trump with the Pied Piper method, and that doesn't work. Don't pick Nick Fuentes on Zoomers. Zoomer boys, maybe. I'd be surprised if he has even a moderate-sized female audience. He doesn't have a female audience. I mean, they said minorities were the problem for Trump. No, he said illegal immigrants were the problem. He didn't say minorities. He said illegal immigrants. People don't connect the dots that that's minorities. And now that the policy is in place, that it is minorities that are getting locked up and everything, everybody's realizing, oh, this is bad. This is really bad. That's what's happening. Worked, yeah, immigrants and trans people. Yes. Yes, immigrants and trans people. And guess what? You got rid of trans people in sports, and you're shipping off immigrants. And guess what? Prices haven't gone down, and you don't have more money in your pocket. So people are freaking the fuck out. Minorities. Yes. But he didn't specifically say minorities because that's disgusting in American politics. So he's saying immigrants and trans people. But you're correct. I'm sorry for snapping at you, barricade. My bad. I was just saying he wasn't specifically saying, like, using the words minorities. But yes, illegal immigrants and trans people, they said. Dog whistle? Yes, it is a dog whistle. That's what it is.
Capitol Hill seek his strategic advice, and his words and ideas have the capacity to...
Don't forget treating women's bodies like incubators. They love degrading women's rights and bodies. See, they didn't run on that, though. Trump didn't run on that. Trump didn't run on anti-Roe versus Wade because he knew it hurt him. That'll fix the birth rate? Yeah. Fun fact. Fun fact, these conservatives, these dumbass conservatives will claim that the Nazis encouraged abortions and everything like that, except they didn't. They only encouraged abortions for the minorities that they were ethnically cleansing. Is that the gay one, Ethan Klein? I don't get the association people make with griping and Zoomers at all. What the fuck is griping? They're Nick Fuentes. They're Nick Fuentes supporters. They're basically Nazis. They are Nazis.
Genuinely shape the direction of the party. So with all of that being said, I have some pushback and some debunking to do. Because what Ezra Klein says matters.
Aren't they all Zoomers? It's like right-wing influencers. It's not all Zoomers. It's a lot of Zoomers. It's not all Zoomers. It's a lot of Zoomers. But that young Republican leader thing, it was like the ages varied from like 18 to 40-year-olds. So it's not just all Zoomers. Bro, did you have a take on the removing of all those female-dominated professions from eligibility for federal education aid? I heard something about that. I didn't realize that's what that was. That's fucked up. No, Fuentes and his cronies? Yeah, Fuentes and his cronies call themselves groypers. You notice that nurses aren't professionals anymore and aren't eligible for federal aid anymore? Yeah, that'll help. That'll help healthcare. That's crazy. That's fucking insane.
Like Ezra, I want to find the real answer to the question, how do Democrats win back power? And spoiler alert, I don't think taking the centrist approach is the best option. And it's actually why I think we're here in the first place. Hey.
Yes. If you keep taking the centrist approach, you're going to keep moving to the right. If you give people reasons, if you take care of people, if you pay people, if you give people affordable housing, you give people healthcare, you give people education, they don't fall towards the fascist pipeline. This is what I'm saying. Centrism doesn't fucking work. Zoomers are all out protesting climate change and genocide, as far as I know. Well, it's not explicit, but look at the list. It's literally all the listed professions are women-led. Pull it up, Mr. Streamer. I literally just Googled it. There's an article on nurse.org. Not just that, federal policy has also caused multiple unions to close their women-focused training groups. Programs out of fear the administration could retaliate against the unions. It's sad to see the unions cave like this. That's fucked. But also, to be fair, one of the largest unions fucking endorsed Donald Trump. The Teamsters Union, right? I can go quick and just Google nurses not professional anymore. Nurses.org link. Donald Trump's new bill doesn't classify nursing as a professional degree for college students, sparking outrage. I don't know why we would take this away, said the president of one of several organizations to speak out about the change. Lots of organizations caved on their diversification policies. Companies aren't your friends. Yes, that is correct, Otto. Companies aren't your friends. They don't give a shit about you. They never will give a shit about you. They will never pay you enough to live in the same neighborhood as them. This is why we need to organize. You need to organize locally. You need to organize locally. You need to organize within your workplace, organize in your neighborhood. We are the only ones we got. We're the only ones we need. So why is it considered a gig? Unions aren't your friends, though, either, unless you participate and hold your leaders accountable. Correct, Otto, which is what we talk about constantly, which we talked about with Juicy, saying, hey, if you don't like your fucking leaders, then you run for office. You run for political leadership. You hold them accountable. Nursing no longer considered a professional degree under changes initiated as part of the Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, along with the elimination of Grad Plus loans. This change will impact how nursing students will finance their education and has sparked outrage. Several organizations have already voiced their concerns over the changes, while Press Secretary of the U.S. Department of Education called reporting on the new definition fake news. Nursing no longer considered a professional degree. Change along with the elimination of a long-standing loan program for graduate and professional students has sparked outrage for several nursing organizations. As part of the U.S. Department of Education's new federal student loan-related changes under President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, nursing has been excluded from the group of programs that are considered professional degrees. Keko, thank you for the biddy. And the loan program from graduate students has been marked for elimination. Can you drop the link, please? A lot more where that came from, bucko. Okay. Early in November, the department made several alterations that impact the federal student loans, according to a news release from the U.S. Department of Education. In total, negotiators reviewed and agreed to 17 regulatory provisions, including a new and simplified repayment assistance plan and the definition of professional student. Cheer zero. Wow. Keep the change. Thank you, Otto. Want some good resources in union organizing training? For how to organize in an existing union, I recommend Labor News. The department also shared plans to eliminate Grad Plus loans, which help graduate and professional students pay for education-related expenses not covered by other financial aid, and cap Parent Plus loans. I believe some of my student loans are Grad Plus loans, if I remember correctly. That is the only reason I was able to afford to live in the area for grad school. This excludes professional degree of the Department of Education. Department of Education has also changed the definition of professional degrees. The umbrella will no longer include nursing post-bachelor degree, which means those seeking the degree will have to follow new borrowing limits, according to USA Today. Beginning in July 2026, the OBBBA caps annual loans for new borrowers at $20,500 for graduate students, $100,000 aggregate limit, and $50,000 for professional students. $200,000 aggregate limit, term the committee defined consistent with existing regulatory text. Department of Education said in a news release, previously graduated students could borrow up to the cost of attendance, which led institutions to offer expensive graduate programs with a negative return on investment. Yeah, that's what they're doing. OBBBA, that's an obese OPA. The umbrella of professional degrees redefined under the newly instated changes stems from a 1965 federal law per USA Today. According to the outlet, the decades-old legislation defines a professional degree as one that signifies both completion of academic requirements for beginning practice in a given profession and a level of professional skill beyond that normally required in a bachelor's degree. Though it clarifies that the list is not exhaustive, the 1965 law also lists several examples, including pharmacy, dentistry, veterinary medicine, chiropractic, and law per USA Today. Chiropractic is not real. It's fake. They're not fucking doctors. With nursing and degrees required to become a physician assistant, nurse practitioner, or physical therapy, now excluded from this definition, and Grad Plus loans eliminated altogether, students seeking careers in these fields will see drastic changes to the amount of federal loans they can borrow. So it's just going to be rich people working in this, and they're not going to work in this. Okay, so these are for advanced degrees past your normal nursing degree. Yeah, but like, you're supposed to continue your education. This actually makes no sense. Classic Republican bill. Yeah. You literally need this so that nurses can take care of patients and help doctors. That's like that's like most of the reason that they get advanced degrees is to help fucking doctors. The doctor shortage. Graduate nursing students will lose access to higher federal loan limits. Here's the other. Barricade already shared that one. Graduate nursing students will lose access to higher federal loan limits previously available. Nursing students will be excluded from certain loan forgiveness programs reserved for professional students. These changes create significant financial obstacles for students pursuing advanced nursing education. Nursing shortage across the country. How about we destroy funding for advanced degrees? Yeah, but they're also trying to eviscerate nurse unions too. That's another thing you need. That's another thing you need to remember. They'll make it hurt, but as long as unions don't survive, then they'll be happy with it. They also don't give a shit about patients. I'm going to go to bed, chat. Going to leave the stream on, though, so I could fall asleep listening to the world fall apart. Thank you, Emily. Have a good night. This is killing healthcare? Yes. They don't care about healthcare. They want to eviscerate unions. They want the hospitals to make as much money as possible. They want to eviscerate unions. This is another reason they're doing this. There's a list somewhere of all the other degrees removed from the list. We're going to be fine. Yeah, Keko, you're going to be fine. You're in Japan. Unless we're not. Currently, new measures are scheduled to be implemented starting July 1st, 2026. Why? Because the reclassification directly impacts how graduate nursing students access federal loans and loan forgiveness programs. It also, according to some critics, threatens already existing stereotypes about nursing profession and can make an already critical nursing shortage even worse. Reclassification means clarify who can access the money as professional students. The Department of Education categorizes the following programs as professional: medicine, pharmacy, dentistry, optometry, law, veterinary medicine, osteopathic medicine, podiatry, chiropractic, theology. Theology are a profession? Theology are professional students? Are you fucking kidding me? Clinical psychology. Notably excluded from that list, nurse practitioners, along with physician assistants and physical therapists. I was waiting for you to see that. Jesus fucking Christ. Why do theologists need to be classified as fucking professionals? We're the dumbest fucking country. We're the dumbest, stupidest fucking country. One of the reasons students' tuition has spiraled is access to loans, though. If you combine it with the tuition cap, this would actually be a base policy. Correct, Otto, but they didn't combine it with the tuition cap. You are correct. That is one of the reasons tuitions have gone out of control, is because the access to the student loans, because they don't have regulations over tuition. Another reason tuitions have skyrocketed is colleges now have escrow accounts. They have escrow accounts where they have financial managers make sure that escrow account grows as big as possible. If I remember correctly, I think Harvard has a $600 billion escrow account. They have a $600 billion escrow account and tuition hasn't gone down. $600 billion. And when asked why they don't use that money for rising costs and everything like that, they turn around and say, oh, it's a rainy day fund. Brother, it's fucking raining. It's pouring. Another thing colleges do is they buy up as much real estate as possible. They do the Scientology method. And they buy up as much real estate as possible and invest in real estate and shit like that, so that they could increase the value of the university itself. So they could borrow against that value. Final decision comes July 2026. As of right now, there's nothing to do but wait and see if the Department of Education updates its decision to include graduate nursing degrees in the professional degree distinction. Also, isn't the Department of Education going to be folded in like the next month or something like that? Nursing organizations speak out. Nursing organizations like American Nurses Association and the American Association of Colleges and Nursing are fighting back, arguing the nursing meets all the criteria for professional discipline, rigorous education, licensure, and of course, surviving on caffeine during night shifts. Ha 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 ha. That's funny. I made a joke. Yeah, study God, nurses. Study God, and then studying God, you'll find out that you actually don't need medicine. You don't need medicine because God's going to take care of it. Even though God may have actually placed doctors and nurses to take care of you, to make sure you don't die. Oh, fucking stupid. Let's have fun.
It's been a minute, and here's why you shouldn't be a centrist. If you consider yourself a part of the American left, which, despite my recent forays into the wild world of groypers and MAGA, I personally do, then you have probably heard of a man by the name of Ezra Klein.
Ezra Klein of the New York Times wields a lot of influence in some parts of Capitol Hill.
Why?
Ezra Klein, who's one of the internet's most influential journalists.
If you want to talk policy, Ezra Klein is the man to call.
Ezra Klein has been explaining American politics for 20 years.
Klein says that Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way.
Ezra is an impressive multi-hyphen.
This is a guy we should listen to about Democratic policies. The guy that said Charlie Kirk did it the right way. Bitch for me night, everyone. Ezra is a witch. Good night, Otto. Have a good night's rest.
Media tour de force.
Bitch. Ezra's a bitch, not a witch. Wait. Autocorrect sucked my dick.
a columnist-commentator-journalist-media exec-book author who co-launched the news website Vox in 2014 and now frequently writes for the New York Times and the Washington Post. However, more than anything, if I were to sum up Klein's vocation in a single word, Ezra is a podcaster. His podcast, eponymously titled The Ezra Klein Show, regularly features among the most listened podcasts in the country, with each episode racking up millions of views across its various platforms. Klein is unafraid to breach a wide array of topics, and he does so in his trademark analytical style, punctuating his interviewees with penetrating questions and observations delivered in perfect paragraphs that make it crystal clear that he has done his research.
Also, I'm literally noticing lighting and stuff in videos now. I don't like who I've become, chat.
And also demonstrates that he really loves to hear himself talk. Just listen to this little soundbite from a recent podcast where Ezra just muses on the lavender scare and anti-communist and anti-gay backlash emerging out of the New Deal.
You end up with this amorphous omnithreat. Communism is its heart, but maybe it's gay people in government and the sort of sexual and gender revolution that is speaking about or signaling. Maybe it's racial integration, labor unions, maybe it's the New Deal itself.
That sentence started with
This dude is heavily influenced in American politics. And he's criticizing the New Deal, which is probably the closest thing that the United States has or will ever come to communism, which literally skyrocketed the American economy for fucking decades to come. And he's trying to potentially paint it as a bad thing. I didn't really have a ton of respect for Ezra Klein. I just lost any amount of respect I had for him. I mean, I guess I'll let him finish. But what the fuck?
With amorphous omni-threat and only got more convoluted from there. But look, I really don't want to turn this into a video where I just shit on Ezra Klein the whole time.
You should. You should just shit on Ezra Klein constantly, just like y'all shit on me when I run ads at the top of every hour. Because at the top of every hour, I run a 3-minute ad to avoid pre-roll ads for any new viewers. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But if not, you get stuck behind the 3-minute ad break that comes now.
I'm going to do that a little bit, but I also want to emphasize.
Got him. Got him, chat. Get him.
That he's a bright, curious thinker who I really do believe is operating in good faith. I would never bash someone for nerding out on energy policy or zoning laws. We need those knowledgeable and passionate nerds if we're going to solve the world's hopelessly tangled and complex problems. My gripe with Ezra isn't that he doesn't have good ideas or that he doesn't mean well. It's that
Keko, thank you for the hydrate. I was also waiting for the ad to go through to see if there was anybody that was going to use the Nego ad.
He professes a worldview that fails to confront economic inequality as the #1 issue plaguing our planet. And my whole thing is, if you're going to go on your podcast every week and profess your ideas to millions, if you're going to make videos like "This is how the Democrats win" and text every Democratic operative in DC, if you're going to portray yourself as the guy who has all the answers to our problems, you should probably understand what our biggest problems are in the first place.
Correct.
And in that regard, I don't think Ezra has any clue. In this video, I want to examine what Ezra Klein actually believes. which I contend is a certain brand of centrism rooted in the neoliberal values that I've discussed in prior videos like the 2008 one and the 4 Things MAGA Actually Gets Right video. See, Klein's particular style of centrist ideology has a tendency to earnestly address concerns of the MAGA movement, willfully shifting the Overton window rightwards. Klein expresses willingness to punt on vital issues like abortion and quibbles endlessly on his podcast over the semantics of labeling Israel's endless killing a genocide. Conspicuously absent from Klein's discourse.
When is it genocide? When literally genocide experts are calling it a genocide. That's probably like a decent place to start.
Is any real discussion of class whatsoever. For a guy who will gleefully spend hours on his podcast discussing how means testing impacts zoning law, getting him to talk for 5 minutes about taxing the ultra-wealthy is like pulling teeth. More often, he spends time decrying economic populism as an oversimplified morality play, equivocating the roles of corporations and unions in American society. A lot is lost when you collapse the complex interests of politics into a simple morality play. This kind of low IQ, marshmallow brain boomer both sidism drives me insane. Well, sometimes the Republicans are right and other times the Democrats are right. And if we all just met in the middle, then everything will be okay.
Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
No, that's not the way the world works. In the real world, the working class has enemies. Billionaire capital owners and trillion-dollar corporations are not good faith actors who can be reasoned with. As Breaking Bad director Vince Gilligan recently described the tech oligarchs, it's basically a bunch of centy billionaires whose greatest life goal is to become the world's first trillionaires. I think they're selling a bag of vapor. So if it's not economic populism and redistribution, what does Ezra think is the solution? Well, to find out, you're gonna have to have read a little something called abundance.
Oh, God.
But before we get,
I gotta be honest, I'm not like fully read on this abundance shit, but like every time I hear about it, it just sounds like neoliberal, kicking the can down the road bullshit where they don't want to fucking tax corporations and millionaires.
Abundance. I actually have another solution for a very different problem. See, I've hit that point where a few drinks at night basically guarantees I'm useless the next morning. It's like I have to decide between having a really
ethical
fun
reacts,
night
ethical
or
reacts,
feeling
ethical
like a
reacts.
human tomorrow.
Ethical
I used to do
reacts.
the trade-off until I came across something called pre-alcohol. Z-Biotics
Ethical reacts,
pre-alcohol
ethical reacts,
probiotic
ethical reacts,
isn't
ethical
just
reacts.
another hydration gimmick.
Also, this is crazy. This is crazy that he's getting sponsorships like this because this is what the Pod Johns get.
It's actually a probiotic created by scientists, the first of its kind, that helps your body handle what really messes you up after drinking. See, when alcohol breaks down in your system, it turns into a toxic compound in your gut. That's what causes that gross, sluggish feeling the next day. Pre-alcohol gives your body the enzyme it needs to break that stuff down before it ruins your next morning. All you do is drink it before your first sip of alcohol, enjoy your night like usual while drinking responsibly, and wake up feeling way more normal than you'd expect. Ever since I started using it, I don't dread mornings.
Philip DeFranco promotes this one too? Really? That's crazy that he got this sponsorship then.
After a night out anymore. And with all the holiday parties,
Dude, he's
coming
doing
up,
good
I'm
then.
definitely keeping a few bottles on hand. It just makes celebrating a lot easier. Just hit the link in the description or scan the QR code.
Also, I've gotten sponsorship offers through Twitch. I don't really want to do them though. So I was kind of thinking about doing a Patreon. But I don't know what I would offer with the Patreon. Maybe like I'd do like a weekly take on the news or something like that and post it without like editing it, considering editing is like the reason that it takes me forever to put a YouTube video out.
On screen to get 15% off your first order, plus free shipping. And the best part? Z-Biotics has a 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're not into it for whatever reason, they'll refund you. No questions asked. I don't know how else to say this, but this stuff actually works. It's kind of insane that it does. And a huge thank you to Z-Biotics for sponsoring this video. All right, back to it. Co-authored with Atlantic author and fellow know-it-all Derek Thompson, the rather arrogantly titled Abundance is sold as
Brown Guys Podcast.
A once-in-a-generation paradigm-shifting call to renew a politics of plenty, face up to the failures of liberal governance, and abandon the chosen scarcities that have deformed American life. The central contention of abundance boils down to this. Growth and innovation are being stifled by excessive government regulation. Klein and Thompson argue that by removing administrative restrictions on housing, infrastructure, and energy construction, America can build its way into an abundant future. Importantly, they don't wish to eliminate the government's role in this construction, but instead want the government to be able to act without having to contend with all the bureaucratic BS that prevents actually getting things done. And on this point, I actually agree with them. In fact, I feel like almost everybody does. Here's Bernie Sanders' take on the abundance argument. So I don't need to be lectured on the nature of bureaucracy. It is horrendous, and that is real. But that is not an ideology. That is common sense. It's good government. That's what we should have. Ideology is, do you create a nation in which all people have a standard of living? Do
God,
you have
Bernie's
the
so
courage to
basic.
take on the billionaire class? Do you stand with the working class? That's ideology. Breaking through bureaucracy and creating efficiencies, that's good government. California should have been able to build high-speed rails by now. Zoning laws are overly restrictive in large cities.
Especially in fucking California, because of NIMBYs. NIMBYs are the worst.
Farm construction shouldn't be tied to DEI incentives. All of these are narrow technocratic policy arguments, which I agree with. But as Bernie says, that's not an ideology. And when you tout your book as paradigm shifting and once in a generation, styling it as a treatise and labeling your followers abundance Democrats, you're selling.
He's literally trying to make his book like as impactful as Karl Marx's Das Kapital and Communist Manifesto. That's what he's trying to do. Except to get the results that he wants, he literally has to follow Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto and to fucking tax the living shit out of the fucking billionaires.
An ideology. Here's an excerpt from Abundance's opening chapter, in which Klein and Thompson imagine a fictional utopia. Out the window and across the street, an autonomous drone is dropping off the latest shipment of star pills. Several years ago, daily medications that reduced overeating, cured addiction, and slowed cellular aging were considered miracle drugs for the rich, especially when we discovered that key molecules were best synthesized in the zero-gravity conditions of space. But these days, automated factories thrum in low orbit. Cheap rocketry conveys the medicine down to Earth. First of all, that world sounds scary as shit. If I wake up tomorrow and find myself in the abundance future, I'm going to grab a gun, snipe the nearest drone-delivered package out of the sky, rip open the container, take all of the star pills out, and swallow as many as I can until my heart stops. But I want to focus in on one particular part of that scenario. The line, years ago, daily medications were considered miracle drugs for the rich. I find that line very telling, because in a way, it encapsulates Klein's entire worldview. If we could simply grow the pie, create this abundant new world of plenty, then everybody would have enough. And that...
Yeah. Also, I hope he's about to go into is like, we're living currently in the world of abundance, and the pie isn't shared. Like, we have been growing more than enough food for decades now, and people are still starving. We have more housing than we need, and there's still homeless people. We have schools and colleges out the wazoo, and we're still charging people to go to schools this ridiculous amount of money, which inevitably actually makes society a better place because our population is more educated. We are living in the world of abundance, and it's not working. We've been doing this since the 80s. How long do we have to do this to see that it's not working?
Ezra is a fantasy. Because no matter how much we grow this economic pie, without establishing an egalitarian economic paradigm, the rich will continue to gorge themselves on it. To be fair to the abundance boys, they don't ever explicitly come out against welfare expansion or higher taxation or redistribution, but they definitely didn't take the time to write a book about them either. And when you write lines like, "The world we want requires more than redistribution. We aspire to more than parceling out the present." When you consistently and repeatedly argue that Medicare for all is not politically possible in America for years, as Ezra Klein has done, and when you sell zoning law reform as the panacea for all of America's ills, what are we supposed to think? Another issue I have with abundance is that it completely fails to consider the negative externalities that could arise when pursuing unfettered growth and innovation without accompanying redistribution. Author Matt Brunig makes this point rather eloquently in his review of abundance, in which he notes that
education bad, then them gays and libtards call me racist for saying the N-word. See, it's funny that you say that because, like, everybody knows that being called racist is bad. But conservatives will be mad at you for using the word racist and not for the racist action itself. I know that's like a side conversation, but yeah.
the pursuit of government-led growth in tech without accompanying redistribution is precisely what birthed Elon Musk in the first place. Indeed, we have now seen what it looks like when the government supports and subsidizes technological innovation and implementation without concerning itself with the inegalitarianism of the system. His name is Elon Musk. In its desire to promote electrical vehicles and rocketry innovations, the US government made him the richest man in the world, and then he used his riches to take over a major political communications platform, and then the government. It's really frustrating to watch a hyper-intelligent person who just doesn't really seem to get empathy. It's like he understands.
All right, man, gotta head to bed. Talk to you later. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Barricade. Have a happy Thanksgiving if I don't get a chance to talk to you. Also, I'm trying to come up and hit balls at some point before I go home for Christmas. I don't know if it'll work out, but you as well. Thank you. Thanks for popping in.
Stands it in the abstract, but the human connection isn't really clocking for him.
I mean, Hamas is a complicated organization. I've tried to treat it on
That'd
the
be
show as a
sweet.
complicated
Cool.
organization.
Right. I know you have.
It did spend many, many years specifically targeting killing civilians.
Mm-hmm.
I take that as different.
You said you're different than Netanyahu.
I take that as different than Netanyahu, yeah.
To be fair, Charlie Kirk didn't like empathy either.
I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate...
Remember, chat, Charlie Kirk was doing it the right way. Empathy is a made-up term. It's not like an actual, like... It's not an actual, like, word or an emotion to feel for another human being or another body or a situation.
Separate topic for a different time.
Early in the most recent interview with Ta-Nehisi Coates, Ezra worries that we are
already in a cycle of political violence.
Which is kind of like seeing your 6-year-old brother grab a lighter and a can of hairspray, run into the living room screaming, "Flame on!" And as he sets the couch ablaze, the first thing that pops into your head is, I'm worried we're already in a cycle of couch fires. Really, Ezra? What gave it away? The 6-foot flame shooting from the canister, the smoke, the heat? Political violence has been the norm in the United States since our inception.
Yep.
And for that reality to be downplayed and seemingly bypassed by Ezra Klein is frankly startling. His refusal to understand the past leads to his misunderstanding of the present. So he asks Coates,
what does it mean to be in this political community together?
Meaning people who fundamentally disagree with him. Coates' reply is earnest when he lets Ezra know.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth. You know what I mean? I think it's it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, you know?
Ezra has to be once again pulled from his Matrix-esque double life that he fantasized in abundance and made to understand that a majority of Americans, especially Black Americans, trans Americans, and immigrants, are living with these people. These people who do not respect their basic humanity. They're their bosses, their co-workers, their waiters, their bus drivers, and teachers. Klein tells Coates that he would...
I would like to see people on our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places that feel unfriendly, have...
Brother, these people are trying to shoot those minorities and marginalized people on sight. You cannot debate humanity with people who don't believe those people are not human. There's no centrism with this. When one side doesn't think they're human and the other side not only believes they're human, but believes that they deserve to live a fulfilling life, there's no in between.
Conversations.
Well, Ezra, I have some good news. People on our side have done that. It kind of reminds me of when Ta-Nehisi Coates went to West Point to talk about the history behind Confederate iconography on its campus. You should have him on your show. Oh, look, he's sitting right across from you. Ah, oh my God.
I know I, for instance, I have. Like, I know I, for instance, I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go up there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about what it meant to have, at that time, Confederate memorials up there.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
He asks Ta-Nehisi, what happens if the dominant political force in the country falls on the other side of the line of what we deem acceptable?
I'm saying, what happens if 35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that? Does that change anything? Or no, like the line just holds?
No, I mean, welcome to Black America. That's our history. The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. That's just been what it is.
Yeah, sorry, Ezra, but being opposed to fascists, racists, billionaires, and Christian zealots is actually not going to be a fun thought experience for you and your nerd buddies. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be uneasy and scary. It's going to require you to stand up for something more radical than what you're advocating for. But that would take an ounce of charisma and an unwavering belief in what he was saying. And that belief, that passion that possesses people to stand up and be heard, to fight, to die for what they believe in, is yet another thing Ezra can't relate to. The benefit of becoming a well-known political commentator and Democratic insider? You've got a lot of scoops. You have a very deep understanding of the polling. You've seen the data. You've even talked to the nerds who harvested it. The problem? It's that all this data doesn't have a conscience. It doesn't have kids. It doesn't work or go to school. It doesn't face fear and hunger and hatred.
This might be Ben's best video. This video is very fucking good. He is like hitting every part of the problem with centrism and Ezra Klein. This is a very, very good video.
It's not reality. It's binary. In another recent podcast episode titled The Blue Wave Cometh, Ezra breaks down the huge wins Democrats had across the country after election night on November 4th of this year. His main takeaway was that Democrats need to center their message around one key word.
I like Spanberger's politics, her focus on affordability. I like Mikey Sherrill, her focus on affordability. I like Zoran Mamdani, his focus on affordability.
It turns out a lot of voters are into this novel concept of being able to buy things like food and pay for stuff like a roof over their head and have enough cash to put gas in their cars so they can actually make it to the job where they get paid $12 an hour. Thank God we were able to gather some insightful intel from that election night. Some more paradigm-shifting thought coming from the Democratic Party's top political strategists. Apparently voters like the idea of not becoming homeless or, dead. However, that's not all Ezra took from the Democrats' massive win on election night. Near the end of the episode, Ezra explains how Democrats could craft their own distinct identity in contrast to the Republicans' spiteful and hateful rhetoric.
There's a lot of power, a lot of political power. And as weak as it sounds to people to say, a politics of love, but I remember when Cory Booker ran on a politics of love in 2020, and I did an interview with him right around the time he dropped out. And we were talking about how it was very hard to make clear what a politics of love meant.
Love.
Politics of love doesn't work if you don't have any policy. Cory Booker had zero policy. And when Cory Booker ran really well in the polls, guess what? He was advocating for Medicare for all. Crazy. Crazy how that works. Crazy.
Anti-cruelty is the politics and affordability is the policy.
Anti-cruelty is the politics and affordability is a policy. Now, you might be surprised, but I actually really like that. And I totally agree with Ezra on this, as cliche and sort of dumb as it sounds. The Democratic Party, or the opposition party to the current Republican Party, should be based in love and anti-cruelty. It is quite literally the antithesis to the overall vibe of the Trump administration, and that's what I would call an opposition party. But I think that has to start with holding firm to the values that have been core to the Democratic Party and its voters. For example, suggesting the party run a pro-life Democrat in Nebraska doesn't really feel like an expression of love to me. And it definitely wouldn't feel very loving to the women in Nebraska that no longer have bodily autonomy because we threw them under the bus to get a few more votes.
This is what I was talking about when Otto is saying, oh, they do really well. Red Democrats do really well in red states. They don't. When you continue to advocate for policies that actually hurt people, such as being pro-life, that's not good. People don't like that. People will not go out and vote for that. However, if you run somebody that is pro-choice, pro-affordability, pro-housing, pro-education, pro the human element in general, they win. Fairly often, Katie Porter fucking wiped the floor in a red district in California. Unabashedly progressive. Andy Bashir, more progressive than most blue governors. Not very progressive in general, but still significantly more progressive than blue governors, because other blue governors want to start throwing trans people and gay people under the bus. But Andy Bashir unabashedly vetoes bills that will attack trans youth and other minorities. He unabashedly does this, and he wins in a fucking landslide. In Kentucky. Mitch McConnell's state.
Also, of all the politicians to bring up to describe the politics of love, Cory Booker is definitely an interesting choice.
Look, I'm one of a handful of people that don't take corporate PAC money. I don't understand my Democratic
What
Party.
about APAC money? You take APAC money, don't you?
A minuscule percentage of my resources come
I
from
read it's like 800,000.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime number.
I'm not.
A minuscule amount of money, 800,000. This interview is amazing. They roasted his ass. Yeah, it was so good. Those ladies are single-handedly going to drag the Democratic Party to the more progressive side because they are fucking going after Democrats, and it's awesome.
Trying to act like some moral authority here, but taking $800,000 from AIPAC and consistently voting to approve additional military funding for Israel, ensuring that they don't run out of their hot and ready missiles for their ethnic cleansing campaign in Palestine, doesn't really align with what I would call a politics of love. So while I agree with Ezra on where the party should go, this seems to contradict a lot of what he said in the past, because I don't think compromise and love can go hand in hand. Not in politics, anyway. Why do we have to give up on values and marginalized people just to win over a few votes in a red Midwest state? And this is my biggest gripe with centrism as a whole. It seems like being a centrist essentially just means always being one step behind the opposition. So if the plan is to eventually cave to Republican policy later on down the road, why even vote Democrat in the first place? If the destination is the same, then we're just voting to slow down the inevitable dismantling of democracy in our country as a whole.
Yep. This is why when you cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds, because it's liberalism, the United States liberalism is eventually turned to fascism. We're running so fucking fast to the right with our left party. It's crazy.
But you know what? Maybe this is an unfair way to treat the ideology, if you want to call it that, of centrism. Ezra Klein is not our biggest obstacle to real change. He's not a bad person, and he's not the reason Democrats lost in 2024. So what does genuine centrism actually look like? And why do I blame it for getting us here in the first place? Let's zoom out for a moment. By the late 1970s, a political and economic ideology called neoliberalism started gaining real traction among people in power. Neoliberalism has sort of become the go-to villain when people critique the failures of modern liberal democracy. And honestly, for good reason. It laid much of the groundwork for centrism to take hold in American politics. Neoliberal policies began emerging toward the end of Jimmy Carter's presidency, but they were really cemented by Ronald Reagan in the United States and Margaret Thatcher over in Britain. In it, mate. But what does it actually mean? At its core, neoliberalism is the idea that the best way to run a society is to let the markets do all of the work. Free markets, minimal government interference, and personal responsibility. That's the formula.
except when the banks fail. Then the government comes in and does all this stuff. The government comes in and bails out the banks, and bails out all the rich people and everything like that. But yeah, no government interference at all.
Formula. If you're American and these three main tenets sound familiar, that's because they are. No matter which party you voted for since the 1980s, both have largely followed the same neoliberal playbook.
2-7.
This is what people mean when they talk about the American Uniparty.
Take the rest of my bits.
Two supposedly opposing sides that might clash over some social issues, but
oh, so I'm just the sloppy seconds for your bits, Keko? I'm just the sloppy seconds for your bits?
Ultimately agree that neoliberalism is the only way forward. Sure, some politicians and activists have drifted a little far to the left or to the right, and some voters start to question whether these neoliberal ideas are actually working for most Americans. But the Uniparty's job is to keep the culture wars and the identity politics front and center, to distract from the deeper economic rot that runs through both parties. That being said, over the past 40 years, while Republicans have continued to push for deregulation and tax cuts, Democrats have at least delivered some meaningful, if limited, progressive wins. Expanding healthcare.
They're kind of wins. I'll call them kind of wins. I'm not going to say they're wins. I'm going to say they're kind of wins. Because still some of the most progressive legislation that has been passed in the last 60 years, has been from the Republican Party, from Republican presidents. Actually, sorry, not 60 years, because the civil rights acts were passed in the 60s. Past 50 years have been Republican. 55 years. EPA was passed into legislation by Nixon. The Americans with Disabilities Act was H.W. Bush.
Through the Affordable Care Act, legalizing same-sex marriage, raising wages across some states, creating the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and investing billions into clean energy through the Inflation Reduction Act. All of these have provided real, tangible benefits.
Okay. He's correct. He's right. He's right. I'm minimizing what they've done because we're still in a shithole because they haven't followed through with it and fought for it.
Even if they haven't fundamentally.
This is a great video. This is a very good video.
How the system works for the better. Or as Ezra Klein would say, shifted the paradigm. So when the party forfeits some of these beliefs in the hopes of winning small populations of Republican voters, well, you'll always lose. And not only do you lose, but you shift the country further to one side of the political spectrum. See, in practice, centrism isn't about finding the middle ground. It's about compromising for the party that wields the most power. And recently, the Republicans are that party. Take, for example, immigration. In the Clinton years, both Democrat and Republican leaders discussed immigration issues in pretty similar tones.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country.
And for most of the 90s into the 2000s, voters had an unfavorable view of immigration. But we can see that around 2007, the two voter bases began to diverge more sharply on this issue. Democratic voters gradually became much more supportive of immigration. But as the right ramped up its anti-immigrant rhetoric, painting undocumented people as
I'm looking like a Monday zombie who lost a fight with the snooze button, running on 4% battery in pure spite, but I'm still here dropping love grenades on you and your amazing community. Y'all are my weekly defibrillator. May your coffee kick harder than a raid boss Monday get nerfed into tutorial NPC. Remember, don't fight the weak. You make it. Beg for mercy. All my love, legends. Mama Bear, that might be your best one. That might be the best message you've ever sent in this chat. But thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it.
Threats to national security, jobs, and culture, Democrats struggle to respond.
We are going to build a great border wall to stop illegal immigration, to stop the gangs and the violence, and to stop the drugs from pouring in.
Why is he yelling? Why is he yelling? Doesn't he realize he has a microphone in front of him?
To our communities.
Look at Trump in his younger years.
Clear moral and economic defense.
Dude, he was just as unhinged back then. Oh my God, it's so crazy. It was just as unhinged back then. What the fuck were we thinking?
Of immigration, the party began adopting softer, more cautious language, emphasizing border security and lawful pathways instead of inclusion or reform. Over time, this rhetorical shift became a kind of defensive crouch. The right's fear-based messaging about illegal aliens and open borders dominated news cycles and shaped public opinion, making Democrats afraid of appearing weak on immigration. Rather than directly confronting the xenophobia at the heart of that rhetoric, they tried to meet voters halfway.
On the border, the choice is simple. Kamala Harris supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. Donald Trump blocked a bill to increase the number of Border Patrol agents.
In doing so, Democrats completely lost their moral footing on this issue, allowing right-wing narratives to define the entire debate and leaving millions of undocumented people caught in that political crossfire. That's how we got to ICE being handed $70 billion to execute mass deportations and build concentration camps. This didn't happen overnight. It was a consistent compromise by Democrats.
Also, I love that he's using like concentration camps and ethnic cleansing and stuff like that. And basically introducing not introducing, but like fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? Embattling these terms, normalizing these terms to be used properly, because that's what they are. It's an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians as well as concentration camps.
To move closer to the center on an issue in hopes of winning over some conservative votes. And for what? Over 80% of your base is pro-immigration. There was no reason to capitulate to the right over this. And if any Democratic strategist is watching this right now, I'm going to offer up some free advice for you. If you're trying to win over a voter who already hates immigrants, they're probably going to choose the party that's been talking about how they hate immigrants for the past decade, and not the party that just recently decided they do. For example, look at how Kamala Harris talked about the border on the 2024 campaign trail.
As president, I won't only bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump tanked, I will do more to secure our border.
I want to make sure everybody fucking knows. I want to make sure everybody knows that this bill that they were trying to pass was the same agenda that Donald Trump was trying to pass when they called Donald Trump Hitlerian. I want everybody to know that. I don't understand why this keeps getting swept under the fucking rug. They called Trump Hitlerian in December, and then they tried to pass the same fucking policy that he wanted in like March.
To reduce illegal border crossings, I will take further action to keep the border closed between ports of entry.
You can never outflank the right by moving towards the center. That's just not what true opposition looks like. While compromise has always been a part of politics, giving up your party's values and conviction has not. Centrism used to be viewed as weak, not a strategic initiative to gain voters. After the New Deal...
New Deal Dems? Oh, I hope he fucking goes off on this. I hope he goes off on this and explains how great they were for fucking decades and the reason that the Democrats won 7 of 9 presidential elections.
The Democratic Party was deeply tied to the labor movement. Unions were the backbone of the party, and Democrats saw protecting workers' rights as integral to building a fair economy. This was the era when Democrats proudly called themselves the party of the working class. They fought for strong labor protections, collective bargaining, higher wages, and social safety nets that lifted millions out of poverty. The government wasn't seen as the enemy of business, but more as a referee, ensuring that ordinary people had a fair shot in an economy that often favored the wealthy. Throughout the mid-20th century, pro-labor Democrats positioned themselves as the defenders of economic justice. Leaders like FDR, Harry Truman, and later Lyndon B. Johnson viewed government intervention not as overreach, but as a necessary tool to protect people from corporate exploitation.
Also, I think Truman and Johnson were particularly Truman. I think Truman and Johnson were only maintained the New Deal coalition because they knew they'd get eviscerated if they didn't.
The result was an unprecedented period of prosperity, where productivity and wages grew together and workers actually shared in the wealth they helped create. It wasn't perfect, of course. These gains often excluded women and people of color, but it represented a clear ideological contrast. Democrats weren't afraid to oppose the right on economic grounds because they believed that labor, not capital, was the true foundation of the American economy. So yeah, I think that when you give up fighting for these positions, not only do you move further to the right, but you also abandon your party and its base. And if we're only looking at this from a strategic point of view, the cost of wavering on your beliefs does not outweigh the benefit of getting a few more votes. It's simply just bad politics. And if we're looking at this from a moral perspective, it's not loving. It's hateful. And as Ezra has suggested, if the Democrats are to truly become the party of love, then every policy proposal and belief that they push for needs to be rooted in the same type of love. You can't just pick and choose who gets it based off of polling data and voter sentiment. If you want to defeat the right, then there has to be a left. But you know what? At least Ezra also thinks that the Democrats' move to completely fold on the government shutdown, ensuring millions of Americans' healthcare premiums.
That is crazy. That is crazy. He had these horrible fucking takes and then was correct on why did the Democrats fucking fold on the shutdown.
Premiums will simply become unaffordable, was completely spineless, and
oh my God, Ezra Klein probably has family members that premiums are going to skyrocket. That's probably exactly why he fucking railed on the Democratic Party for folding. Oh my God, Ezra Klein was affected by the policy, and that's the only reason he was actually advocating for making sure that they actually take care of working class people. Oh my God.
Just downright awful politics. So maybe, just maybe, the centrist neoliberal Democrats are f***ing up so bad now that they're even shifting Ezra out of his centrist stupor.
I love this guy. I love Ben. This was such a good video. This is such a good video. Oh, this is such a good video. I'm gonna leave a comment. I think I have an ear infection. Is it from watching the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast? Is that it? I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Because we're your therapist. All right, I'll show you what I said. Excellent video and analysis. Looking forward to whatever pieces you have coming down the pipeline. Also, just speculation here, but is there a chance that Esler has a family member or friend that is greatly affected by the increase in premiums, and that's why they accidentally stumbled on the correct... Oh. And that's why they accidentally stumbled on the correct take of calling out the Dems for folding on the shutdown? Chat, go like the comment. Go like it, go like it, go like it. Click on the link, click on the link, click on the link. Go find the comment, give it a thumbs up. Do it, 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 do it. All right. Oh, I got some time. Making sure I'm not scheduled to work tomorrow. On it. Culvert. Practical engineering would be fun. I'm gonna watch the video.
Hockey.
I'm gonna watch the video on my own, chat. Oh, hey, someone liked the comment. I wonder who it was. Yes, it's a One Piece video that I said I'll watch on my own. Fuck, that's not what I wanted to click on. That's not what I wanted to click on. There was something about an assassin's teapot. Here it is. This is what I wanted to watch. Because this is cool shit that I like watching. Now we're going to have some fun. We're going to do some fun reacts now, chat. All right. Title of the video is Assassin's Teapot is Weird. You want some grand reacts? Is that what you're telling me? You want grand reacts? All right. The Assassin's Teapot is weird. Let's watch it. Chat, I'm going to get water. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm going to pee too. I'll be right back.
This is an assassin's teapot. It can be used to pour yourself a drink and to pour a drink for your enemy. You can then down your drink to prove that the drink isn't poisoned. There's no poison in there. Don't worry about the poison. There is no poison. But then when your enemy takes a drink, they find out that it is poisoned. And by the way, this doesn't require you to spend the last few years building up an immunity to iocane powder. It works straight off the bat. No preparation required. That's because the assassin's teapot can be used to pour 3 different drinks, which I've shown here using 3 different colored liquids. And by the way, if you plan to poison your enemy, I recommend using liquids of the same color.
Do I need to tell the viewers that they shouldn't be trying to poison people? Like legally, just that it would break the flow of the video. Film myself having a fake phone call with a lawyer in which I explain the problem, and so long as I say out loud, don't try to poison people, then that should have me covered. Okay. Click. The way you choose the drink is by sneakily covering up one of these holes. If you cover this hole, you get a blue drink. If you cover this hole, you get a yellow drink. If you cover no holes, you get a green drink. So 3 drinks in total. Though actually, no, 4 drinks. If you cover both holes, you get the null drink. But how does it work? Well, you know me, if I want to describe how a hydrodynamic mechanism works, I like to make a transparent 2D version of it. I'll put a playlist of those videos in the card in the description. First, I needed to figure out.
Also, I've watched these videos before, and they're fucking awesome.
what was going on inside the teapot. And a bit like with the gluggle jug, the only really sensible way to do that was to hit it with a hammer. So you can see there are two chambers here side by side, and they both lead up to the spout. Additionally, one chamber leads up to this hole, the other chamber leads to this hole. For the 2D version, I don't want to put them side by side because then it wouldn't be 2D, but I feel like I can put them top to bottom and it should still work. And here it is. So if I want a blue drink, I cover this hole. If I want a yellow drink, I cover this hole. And if I want a green drink, I cover neither of the holes. And for completeness, here's the null drink. Similarly, I could have a black coffee, or I could have milk, or I could have a milky coffee. So that's how it works, but why does it work? Why is it that putting your finger over different holes causes different...
It's a vacuum. It's a vacuum, chat. That's what it is.
Liquids to flow out? Well, it comes down to surface tension. It's similar to this demonstration you might have seen before. Look, I can pour water from this bottle, but if I turn the bottle upside down, no water pours out.
What?
The trick is that...
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. The teapot's not Christian?
A gauze covering the opening of the bottle. So when I pour it like this, water can flow out and air can flow in. But when I turn the bottle upside down, for water to flow out, air would need to flow in. And for air to flow in, surface tension would need to be broken. Here's another example where instead of a gauze, there's a small hole. The hole's actually big enough to push a straw up into.
Yeah, it creates a vacuum. It creates a vacuum. It's the same. So I have a massive jug of water. I have a massive jug of water that I put in my fridge, which is how I fill up my glass more quickly than I used to. But it has a cap on the lid. And if the cap on the lid is tight and then I drain the water out, the water stream actually slows down because it's creating a vacuum within the tub itself. But when I loosen the top, it allows air to get in, so then the stream regulates.
And it floats to the top of the bottle. It's a really cool trick. You know, strictly speaking, ultimately, it's not surface tension that's keeping the liquid in place. It's
like your gravity bong? Sure.
Yeah, air pressure. Actually. Like the Assassin's teapot and these bottle tricks wouldn't work in a vacuum. So the reason the liquid doesn't fall out of the Assassin's teapot when you have your thumb over the hole is because the atmosphere is pushing...
Like the big laundry detergent? Yep. Yep. That's why they have this screw on the big laundry detergent. And actually, I don't unscrew my laundry detergent and it still runs out fine.
On it, atmospheric pressure is holding the liquid in place. And that's counterintuitive.
Have you seen a gravity bong? Yes. I haven't seen one in person, but I've seen it done. I know how it works.
Like, you think, well, the real explanation is that, you know, well, if the liquid did fall out a little bit, it would create a vacuum and the vacuum would pull the liquid back in. But there is no pulling force. There's only pushing force from the atmosphere. It's like when you suck on a straw. It's not the suction that's pulling the liquid up the straw. It's the atmosphere pushing the liquid up the straw. And that's really counterintuitive because you feel like, well, look, that's me doing the work. I'm sucking on the straw. I'm pulling the liquid up with my lungs. At this point, I want to go off on a bit of a tangent and talk about a type of pedantry that I think isn't always helpful. Like, imagine you say, I'm sucking liquid up a straw now. I mean, it's a weird thing to say out loud, but hypothetically. And then an annoying physicist comes along and says, well, technically, you're not sucking water up a straw. It's the atmosphere pushing it up the straw. And then in the next breath, that physicist might go on to talk about the flow of positively charged holes in a semiconductor. Well, holes don't flow, and a hole can't have a charge. So why is it okay to talk about the flow of positively charged holes? Well, the reason it's okay is because it's useful. But I would also argue that it's useful to talk about a suction force. So long as you keep the underlying physics in mind, you should be okay. Like, for example, you can't just increase a suction force indefinitely. Eventually, when you get to about 100 kilopascals, it stops working because you've run out of atmospheric pressure, the thing that's really doing the work underneath. Similarly, I think it should be all right to talk about the flow of cold. Like if I put an ice cube in my drink.
Oh, this is actually really cool, and I learned this one in school. Is that sometimes if you have a glass of liquid and you have ice in it, and you leave it in there so the ice normally melts, at some point the ice stops melting because there's not enough energy in the liquid to melt the ice. And I think that's what he's about to talk about.
The cold flows from the ice cube into the drink. Of course, that's not really what's happening. The warmth from the drink is flowing into the ice cube, and so it gets colder. But it's useful to talk about the flow of cold.
Nonsense.
Again, so long as you understand the underlying physics. Like, you can't just keep pumping cold into something because eventually you reach absolute zero. By the way, these animations are from a video I made about how all LEDs are secretly solar panels and all solar panels are secretly LEDs. The link's in the card and in the description. Okay, tangent over. The point is, we all know that for the...
Okay. Might have to watch that one. I might have to watch that one.
water to get out, air needs to be able to get in.
No, where is it? Oh, here it is. Oh, that's a 5-minute video. This is gonna be easy.
And with your finger off the hole, well, air can get in at the top, but if you cover over the hole, the only way for the air to get in is through the spout, and that's where surface tension comes in. Surface tension acts to minimize surface area. You might think, well, one way for the water to get out is if the air can sneak past it on the way, but what would that look like? Well, it might look...
It's also the exact reason that when you want to chug like a bottle of beer, you stick a straw down the center of it and you stick the straw into the beer and then you chug it and the air flows through the straw and pushes the rest of the beer out faster. This stream I learned about how my nation is becoming a Fourth Reich. Then we learn about straws and that's healthy. Yep.
A bit like this. You've got a drip of water starting on one side.
Wait, really?
On the other side.
You didn't know that? So if you have fuck, I don't have any beer bottles. Yeah, so if you take a beer bottle, so you have the beer bottle, right? So you drink it like normal. You take a straw, you stick the straw in the beer, and then you fold it over, and then you drink out of it. The beer will come out faster. You could probably do it in a beer can too. Actually, you might not be able to do it in a beer can. Here, let's see if I can find a video.
Better get ready for a big surprise.
Here it is.
Better get ready for a big surprise. It's almost over, but it's only on the rise. Matt, mess around with your world contact other than any other sexual soundtrack. Flip the tip, fast and skip to the next trip. Flash from the cash from the box on you. Should I'm moving in for the kill, I'm going in for the thrill. Like not us, a room in a fancy hotel. And flip the tip, fast and skip to the next trip. Flash from the cash from the box on you. Should I'm moving in for the kill, I'm going in for the thrill. Like not us, a room in a fancy hotel. And flip the tip, fast and skip to the next trip. Flash from the cash from the box on you. Should I'm moving in for the kill, I'm going in for the thrill. Like not us, a room in a fancy hotel. And flip the tip, fast and skip to the next trip. Flash from the cash from the box on you. Should I'm
Okay. That guy was kind of cringy, but yeah, that's it. That's how you do it.
You've got a bubble of air forming. But see how that increases the surface area of the water. And because surface tension acts to decrease the surface area, that's not energetically favorable. And so you don't get this bubbling effect.
Oh, wait, now I get it.
And
You're welcome.
instead, the liquid is trapped inside the chamber. This is also the principle behind a magic trick, by the way, sometimes called inexhaustible bottle or thinker drink. It's usually a bit more elaborate. It'll have more chambers and different options for drinks. But anyway, you can read all about it in my kids' book, Science is Magic.
Oh my God, that would be such a good party trick. That would be such a good party trick.
Magic, available from all good bookstores.
So these are
Is this the Assassin's Teapot video? Yes, it is.
magnets. Yeah. And then these are metal, so they stick to the magnets. And then when they drive around, they also go around with it.
And that makes it spin.
Yeah. And some of them go loop the loop like this.
That was my daughter spontaneously explaining the mechanics of the thing that she just built. The thing she just built was from a KiwiCo project.
Okay, these things are actually fucking cool. These science boxes that they send out.
The sponsor of this video, actually,
Ethical
my
Reacts,
kids have had
Ethical
a
Reacts.
KiwiCo subscription since way before they approached me for sponsorship, so I can tell you a bit about them. It's a subscription service where a box comes in the post every month, and everything you need for the project is in the box. You never need to run off to the shops or anything like that. And the projects are STEM projects. There's 8 different subscription lines for every possible age group. You know, something that I haven't talked about before that I really appreciate about KiwiCo is the spontaneous STEM discussions that arise from it. You know, I'm the sort of person who will, like a fact will pop into my mind and I'll say, hey kids, did you know this thing about the moon? You know, or whatever. And, you know, it's completely out of context and the kids are sort of like, well, okay, fine. You know, so these days I'm on the lookout for, you know, STEM discussions that are within the context of what we're doing. And KiwiCo is great for that because the kids are so invested in the projects already. Like, they're building these things, they're excited about them. And then, as you saw with the explanation, these STEM discussions arise spontaneously, and it's really amazing to see. We've got a promo for the holiday season. Perhaps you know someone who would appreciate.
Is that a perpetual energy machine, or do you have to crank it or use a battery? They have a. Are you talking about the thing that they're showing? Because they connected a battery.
Appreciate a KiwiCo subscription, in which case you can get the first month absolutely free.
Yeah, they connected
using
a
my
battery.
special URL. If you go to kiwico.com/Steve Mould, the link is also in the description.
Well, then I hate it.
Check out KiwiCo today.
Perpetual
I hope you enjoyed
energy
this video.
machines don't exist. They're fake. They're all fake. It doesn't factor friction into it.
Yeah, if you did, don't forget to hit subscribe, and the algorithm thinks you'll enjoy this video next.
When I touch it like that,
Yeah.
it spins.
So do you think the air is doing the same thing?
Yeah.
You're saying that the air from the candle's making the air push up on those red things?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Circulation of air, chat. All right. Why all solar panels are secretly LEDs and all LEDs are secretly solar panels? As I sit here in front of you with LED lights. All right, this is a 5-minute video. I'm just going to catch this real quick. Look at that lie machine. Look at your face, because that's a lie machine. But what I don't do is I definitely don't lie at the top of the hour, because at the top of every hour, Twitch makes me run an ad to avoid pre-roll ads for any new viewers. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Have you seen the most useless machine ever? Yes. Yes, I have. It's a machine that you hit a button and then it reverses hitting that button, right? It's so good. I love it. All right, let's watch.
Diodes are really simple electrical.
Also, why is YouTube in fucking 50 frames now instead of 60?
Components. They're designed to only allow electricity to flow in one direction, a bit like a valve. But because of the way we make diodes, they're capable of so much more than that. In the mid-1900s, some curiously minded scientists noted that if you push electricity through a diode, or more formally, if you apply a voltage across a diode, then it emits light, which is why LEDs are made of diodes. They're light-emitting diodes. But what's really cool is that the reverse is also true. So if you shine light onto a diode, then the diode will push electricity through itself. Or more formally, you will measure a voltage across a diode when light is shining onto it. Which is why solar panels are also made of diodes. And one neat consequence of all this is that all solar panels are LEDs and all LEDs are solar panels because
on a live VOD,
they're all just diodes. It's a bit like speakers and microphones, actually. They're just the same thing as well. And you can use a speaker as a microphone. So in this video, you're going to see...
Actually, I've seen that before.
Solar panels acting like LEDs and LEDs acting like solar panels. And then in the next video, I'm going to explain how it all works. So how a diode works and why that means diodes are used as solar panels and LEDs. Obviously, LEDs are engineered to be good at the emitting light thing. And actually, they're not great at being solar panels, though they can be used in that way. And the opposite is true for solar panels. They don't make great LEDs. And in fact, one of the shortcomings of a solar cell as an LED is that the light they emit isn't visible. Can you call it an LED if you can't see it? This video's a lie. I know it was my idea. I know there's no one there. You can't see infrared light with the naked eye, but digital cameras can. If you look inside a digital camera, you'll see that there's a filter over the sensor that's filtering out infrared light, because actually you don't want your camera to see infrared light. You want it to see what the human eye sees. But if you remove that filter, your camera can now see infrared light. And I've got one of those modified cameras.
They should not be exposing the sensor like that.
So here's the camera with infrared light filtered out. And here it is with the infrared filter removed. And here it is with visible light filtered out. So it's just infrared that you're seeing. And actually, look at the lining of my hoodie.
That's how you fuck up a DSLR. I think he's making enough money that he could fuck up a DSLR. Or he scientifically knows how to fix it.
Things are really weird in infrared light. By the way, it's near infrared light, which is the infrared closest to what we can see. It's not really useful for things like thermal imaging. I took the solar panel out of a calculator, and look what happens when I apply 14 volts across it.
Whoa. Okay, that was kind of cool.
I also bought some of these little solar panels. Look what happens when I connect it to 4 9-volt batteries in series.
What? Oh my God, that's kind of cool.
What's interesting...
That's kind of crazy. Holy shit, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
...is if I crack the diodes inside, you can't see the cracks from the outside. But if I pass a current through it and look at it through my modified camera, you can see those cracks. You can actually use that method as a diagnostic tool to look for faults in your solar panels.
Okay, that's really sick. That's really sick that you can use this as a method to see where there's problems in the solar panels. I own 3 mini panels.
This is a concentrator photovoltaic cell. It's quite niche. When you pass electricity through it, it produces visible light. And for completeness, here's an LED producing a voltage when light shines on it. In other words, acting like a solar panel. For an explanation of how diodes work and why all diodes are solar panels and LEDs at the same time, look out for my next video, or even better, click subscribe. If you super want to make sure that you catch that video, also click the notification bell. I really like the story of the diode because it illustrates how a healthy dose of curiosity in the workplace can lead to world-changing innovations. I like to make sure that my work environment is conducive to curiosity by having all my previous projects easily to hand so that I can combine them in new and novel ways. But what about your workplace? In a 2018 State of Curiosity report conducted by Merck, just 20% of participating employees described themselves as curious. 80% of participants said that curious colleagues would be more likely to bring an idea to life at work. Check out the 2018 State of Curiosity report for yourself and find out what's stopping you from being curious at work. Thanks to Timothy Silverman for giving me the idea for this video and for helping me out with some of the concepts, and thank you to my patrons on Patreon. I'll see you next time.
I fucking love videos like this. God, that was hot. I fucking love videos like this. I'm such a nerd. I love videos like this. I love his shit. Oh, chat. I think I might call it there. Think I'm going to call it there. The Adam Freeland Show just released the Zoran Mamdani podcast. Watch his stuff when I'm emotionally drained. Welcome to my life. Can you charge a phone with marbles? Okay. Okay, this one's going on the list. We're watching this one. Gravity battery. We're going to react to that one. Actually, do we want to react to it now? Do we want to? Yeah, let's fucking react to it now. Yeah, I want to react to it now because now I'm very curious.
Imagine you can capture the energy of these
No one redeem marbles? Oh, I'll make sure nobody redeem marbles. I'll make sure nobody redeems marbles. I'll make sure nobody redeems marbles. There. Can you charge a phone with marbles, chat? Dude, this video is going to be awesome. I'm so excited. I played Snake with Water. Another cool video. The fastest maze solving competition. Okay, I've watched that one, and that one's really cool. Wirtz's pumps are really clever. I also love that video. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. My algorithm is perfect for me right now. My algorithm is perfect for me right now. What if the whole video is him going no?
Imagine you can capture the energy of these falling balls and create electricity. Well, I built this entire machine complete with a conveyor lift, over-engineered funnels, and a custom paddle wheel energy harvester, all to see if I could charge my phone with falling marbles. Answering this question.
Okay, but the problem is you're putting energy into this. The amount of energy you're putting into this, it's not. Oh, all right.
Required almost 2 months of engineering with some unexpected problems and some interesting solutions. And while this will probably be the least...
See, this is shit that I want to do. This is shit that I want to do. I would love to do shit like this.
Efficient energy storage system ever invented, it will definitely be the most fun. Let's start with the basics. Energy from renewable sources like solar and wind is generated when the resources are available. More often than not, this doesn't line up with when the energy is most needed. So you could let that unused energy go to waste, or better yet, find a way to store it. And you might be wondering, why not just use a battery to store the energy? Batteries work, but it would be really hard to scale that to a level that would be able to handle the needs of the power grid. Also, probably better to save our lithium resources for things that need to be portable, like cars and electronics. There's already a lot of non-battery energy storage systems in the works, like flywheel systems, molten salt systems. There's even a big crane that lifts and lowers weights to store energy. But by far the most popular systems in use right now are called pumped hydro systems. Basically, excess power is used to pump water to the top of a reservoir.
Just use oil, yeah.
Storing the generated electrical energy in the form of gravitational potential energy. When there's demand on the grid, the water can later be released back down to the bottom through a turbine, converting it back into electricity. So really, I'm just going to be building a pumped hydro system, but instead of using water, I'm going to be using balls. Lots of them. And I'm going to call this thing a spheroelectric battery. Pretty cool. I know. But how much power can you get from a single marble? Well, the steel ball weighs 8 grams. The higher you hold it, the more energy it potentially has.
Potential energy, chat.
Into electricity. This potential energy can be determined by the equation mgh, where m is the mass of the ball, 8 grams, or 0.008 kilograms. G is the acceleration due to gravity, which is not...
Physics, chat. You're accidentally learning physics. You're accidentally learning physics right now.
9.81 meters per second squared, and h is the height from which the ball can drop. So at 1 meter of drop, this ball has a potential energy of a whopping 0.0784 joules. For context, to charge a phone, we need a minimum of 5 watts, which is 5 joules per second. So in
Machine
a perfect
gun
world,
hit the
we would need to drop
MGH.
about 64 marbles per second from 1 meter to get anywhere close to charging a phone. 64 marbles per second sounds pretty challenging, but realistically, I learn best by doing. So I'm going to disregard.
Wait, how many watts is it?
From 1 meter
5
to get
watts?
any second. So for context, to charge a phone, we need a minimum of 5 watts, which is 5 joules per second. So in a perfect world, we would need to drop about 64 marbles per second from 1 meter to get anywhere close to charging a phone. 64 marbles per second sounds pretty challenging, but realistically, I learn best by doing. So I'm going to disregard all of this math, and I'm just going to start making stuff. And I'm probably going to regret it later. Sorry, future Jay. Let's do it. To get the ball rolling, I decided to begin the whole process by creating a very basic generator. Electricity is generated when a magnet passes.
Is this what I need for my physics portion of the test? No. But this is the foundation you'll need for the other physics that you'll need to know.
This is by a wire. This is just a physical law, which was discovered back in 1831 by my boy, Mikey Faraday. The more wires it passes, the more electricity it makes. So you could coil a bunch of wire around a spool, pass a magnet by it, and generate some electricity. I could combine a bunch of these coils together to create a generator. Tom Stanton made a video about it, and it worked really well. Or I could use an already optimized set of coils, which I have in abundance here in my shop. And if you're thinking that just looks like a stepper motor, you're right, it is. All electric motors are technically generators when run in reverse. When I connect the motor to this belt and pulley to speed up the output a bit and rotate the crank, you can see that it spits out a voltage. But there is one problem here. The voltage is alternating current, which you can tell by the sine wave on the oscilloscope. To use this generator to do something useful like charge a phone, for example, I first need to rectify this problem. Come on, that was a solid electrical engineering joke, because this circuit is called a full bridge rectifier. Get it? Whatever. When I connect it to the output of the generator, you can see that the output voltage becomes a straight line, which is DC, which technically means it should be able to charge a phone. I plugged the phone into this voltage converter and connected it to the output of the rectifier, and now
Comedy.
I crank the handle.
Yeah. Keko, comedy. This is the comedy you need for your stand-up.
Yes, we can actually charge a phone. So really, we just need to get this crank to turn using marbles, and we're laughing. I know that I went through this serious stuff really quickly, so I recommend checking out this video sponsor, which is Brilliant. If you want to take a deeper dive into either of these two topics that I just talked about, there's this classic mechanics course, which covers the forces, energy, power, all that stuff in depth. There's also a really cool electricity and magnetism course. Or if you're looking for something a little bit more broad, there's a physics of the everyday, which covers physics of the everyday. Who would have thought? Theory makes up a lot of the problem-solving fundamentals in engineering.
That's what I'm talking about, Kitta. That's what I'm talking about, the fundamentals.
And there's really only one good
God, I'm so mad at myself for typing that.
way to learn them, and that's to sit down and do it.
Oh, you said say what? Oh my God. You said say what? I thought you said say what. You said say what. God damn it.
But Brilliant makes that really easy because they have all these interactive modules in their courses, so you're kind of learning by doing as you're going through the courses. On top of that, it breaks down each course into bite-sized pieces. If you're like me, attention span kind of runs out. So this allows you to make more of a habit of 50 minutes a day rather than having to cram and just like to kill yourself trying to learn something.
This isn't you,
Outside of the
Keko. This
physics
isn't who
stuff,
you are.
there's So
I
many.
guess you need brilliant. I don't know if you need brilliant. I think you just, I think you just need to do the work. I don't know. I don't know how you are or how you memorize things or anything like that. So, like I said, I'm always willing to help you out if you need. I went to school for psych. Okay. There's some science involved in that. Talking in the mic. You talking in the mic.
Other courses on Brilliant.
Maybe I was purposely trying to be quiet. Everything is science. Neuroscience is still science. Not flying science. I guess psychology is kind of more closer to sociology than science itself. Yeah. And sociology is basically Marxism. So you're just like the ultimate Marxist. Kitta.
I'm most excited about the computer science and programming stuff, as well as the mind-bending math section. I think you're gonna start seeing some of that stuff in my future projects. So if you'd like to try out Brilliant for free for a month, you can check out brilliant.org/engineeasy, scan this QR code, or click the link in the description below. That'll also get you 20% off your first year. If
Okay,
you
actually, I
decide
want to try
join.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much, Brilliant,
Gaming.
for sponsoring this video and honestly just like making me
I can't
smarter.
wait. I can't wait till
And with
Keko
that,
starts.
Let's go put some of the stuff we learned into
I
practice.
can't wait till Keko starts explaining scientific fundamentals to me, and I just look at him and be like, "Bro, I know that already."
This and generate some electricity with balls. Getting marbles to spin the generator is so simple in theory. Attach a paddle wheel to the motor shaft, create a track to direct the balls into the paddle wheel, and now when we fill up the track and release the balls, boom, we got power. But even after increasing the ball capacity and gearing up the motor with pulleys to increase the resistance on the paddle wheel, you can see that it doesn't last very long. And this is where simple in theory becomes surprisingly challenging in reality. Because if we just try to dump balls out of a bucket through a funnel right into the generator, sort of like this, the balls will always get stuck. Literally a problem with every single marble project.
Stuck balls.
So we need a way to feed a single stream of balls.
I've done literally 15 surgeries, 16 one on myself. Keko, you shouldn't go around bragging about that.
Into the generator. My first idea is to create a super long snake run on a flat sheet of material. Then I could stack a bunch of them to get a single stream. I made this quick prototype and yeah, you can see that it completely sucks. If you want to get a consistent roll, you need to increase the angles. If you increase the angles, the snake run length per sheet gets shorter, which means the amount of snake run stacks increases. I'm working in this cramped basement, so it feels like it might be a little bit unfeasible to try to manufacture these massive stacks with the limited resources and space that I have here. Let's find a better way. This little proof of concept may hold the key. Here are two single streams of balls. This mechanism makes it so the first stream has to empty fully before this lever drops, letting the gate drop, allowing the second stream to empty. I've refined the mechanism a bit. I've added a third stream, but there is a little problem here. You can see that it works quite well when it's filled up this much, but as you add more and more balls, the weight piles up, pushing harder on this lever.
I was just about to say there's probably a weight problem.
And eventually the force on the lever is high enough that the final ball doesn't get through. This means the lever can't drop, which means that the whole thing fails. One way to solve this is to apply some basic physics and make the lever longer, which reduces the force pushing down on the ball. And you can see that this actually works. Let's go. But it's not a perfect solution because each gate has to be pushed in from the previous gate. So the longer the lever, the more the gate has to be pushed in, and this becomes a pretty significant amount by even the 10th gate, reducing the number of the balls that the system can handle, thus requiring more stacks and thus leaving us exactly where we started. I think there's a better way. Using the same general concept, I shifted the levers to inside each.
You think when he makes something that fails, he throws a tantrum and breaks shit? I mean, personally, when I made code and in my head, I'm like, this works. And then while I'm making the code, I think of a potential scenario that it's not going to work. Then I got pissed at myself and I was like, fuck. I was like, fuck, what's the fucking point of doing this? It's not going to fucking work.
Run. The levers normally sit in this position, pulled up by these elastics, but the weight of the marbles pushes the lever down, which blocks the tab connected to the gate, preventing it from opening. Once the first stream of marbles is released, the lever pops up, it frees the next gate, and lets the next run of marbles out. And as you can see, when the entire thing is filled up, it comfortably dumps all three streams. If I make the stream longer, pushing harder on the gate, it gets stuck. So anticlimactic. Come on. But if I add another elastic, go. Let's go. That's sick. Okay, time to scale this thing up. But before I do, I decided I should probably think a bit more about how the balls are going to exit, because remember the whole funnel thing? Yeah, it gets stuck. So instead, I made this test piece, and as you can see, each arm branches into a vertical branch, which will be the vertical branch that goes directly into the generator. This works well at this small scale, but when there are thousands of balls running through the system, it's inevitable that it's going to jam, like this. Engineering is all about finding solutions that make all the work you did last week completely obsolete, and I realized while trying to solve this that I was over-engineering everything. I wanted to see if a more basic binary funnel will work. Here's my first attempt, which I kind of relied on my intuition to design, and I sort of stumbled onto something quite interesting. Because of the steep angles here, the balls sort of zipper into place, like the world's most perfect highway merge. This bottom angle is slightly shallower, so you can see that the balls get stuck here. But if we correct that and feed it with an entire stream of balls, will it still work?
They fucking zipper in, chat. They zipper in. Do you see that shit zippering?
Yes, sir. What if we increase this to 8 stages? Does it still flow? Yes, it does. So it looks like all that work I did on the gate mechanism is actually completely unnecessary. I'm also curious if the entrance lanes are necessary, so I took them out, and you can see that the balls, just, you guessed it, jam. So lanes are in fact necessary. For the final prototype, I'm thinking that I'm going to have 16 lanes of balls all funnel into the one, but this presents yet another problem that I hadn't previously
he just kept adding lanes. He just kept adding lanes. Just add lanes. Just add lanes.
thought about. How do we get the balls coming off the conveyor belt to consistently filter into each lane? If only there was an elegant solution for dividing a single stream of marbles into multiple streams. Maybe even the holy grail of solutions. Thank you, Wintergarten. Quite recently, he challenged his audience to come up with the ultimate marble divider, and not only did they deliver, but they delivered the holy grail of marble dividers.
Fuck trains!
Explains his solution in detail, which allowed me to quickly design my own holy grail of marble dividers for my specific marble diameter. To fully understand why this is the holy grail, let's try my funnel design in reverse. It sort of works, but once a branch fills up completely, if the top ball is too high, it blocks the entrance to the next branch. On the other hand, the holy grail divider uses
that's the sacred geometry.
This zigzag pattern, which is spaced out to exactly the ball's diameter. This geometry makes it so that the top ball is always in this exact position, never blocking the other branch. As the whole branch moves down, the balls travel through the zigzags in this pattern until a critical position is reached where the entire stack drops the distance of a single marble. This means that regardless of what's happening downstream, a lane will never get blocked. Wintergarten does a really good job of explaining this in his video, which is 100% worth checking out. I've linked it below. But I think now with this final puzzle piece solved, it's time to full send and build the entire machine and see if we can generate electricity. Let's do it.
Okay, this video is significantly more efficient than the last marbles video that I watched. I watched a dude over a course of 4 videos create a marble clock where the color of the marbles would spell out the time and in minutes and seconds. It was kind of awesome. Keko, is that editing hard? Is that editing hard? Because I feel like that's the editing that I'm going to have to do for my YouTube video. Similar editing as far as for the Uncle Clark and the Uncle Clark conversation at the holiday meal. No, very easy to style. I did the first time I picked up a camera.
Okay, the build is done, so we're gonna fill it up with these tiny gravitational granules. I'm trying to avoid saying the word balls and see if we can generate some electricity. Whoa. Oh, there's a lot more where that came from.
I love this shit, chat.
Moment of truth. This thing is
I love this shit. Is this me being on the spectrum? Did I find my thing? This science shit with marbles.
So I'm gonna turn it on and see if we can even lift balls up to the top because there's a lot of weight pressing on this, but I got faith.
Welcome, comrade.
Oh yeah.
I've been doing this for years, though.
Not at all. Should we go faster? There we go.
This is me with sirens, emergency alerts, and hot tubs.
It's actually working.
Number station. Okay, so the problem is that the lanes on the outside are getting the marbles significantly more than the marbles on the inside lanes.
Okay. Can't believe how well that worked for the first try. So here's the second moment of truth. Can we generate any electricity? So we've got this light strip right here, plugged in through the rectifiers into the motor. When I pull this rod, the generator is gonna start. 3, 2, 1, go. Remember when I said that I was going to regret disregarding the math to just start building things? Well, that time has now arrived. My intuition, which was entirely wrong, was telling me that a single stream of balls running through the generator would be enough to at least turn on this LED strip. For reference, it requires less than 0.5 watts, which is way less than a phone. But there are two problems here. The more obvious one is you can see that the paddle wheel is turning faster than the balls are dropping. This means that the generator isn't taking advantage of the full weight of the column of balls, just the balls that are sitting on the paddle wheel at any instant. When I remove the belt entirely, the problem is amplified because there's no resistance anymore. But when I drag my finger on the pulley, the added resistance allows the full weight of the balls to transfer to the paddle wheel, optimizing the power output of the system. And swapping in this bigger pulley should have the same effect. But this doesn't solve the second, bigger problem. When I pull the tab, you can see that the generator is now moving way too slowly, and when I measure the voltage coming through the output, you can see it's quite low. This makes sense because even though it's now more optimized for the current configuration, I haven't made the generator any more powerful. The only way to do that is either increase the max height of the generator or increase the number of columns and paddle wheels. I've decided to increase the weight pushing on the paddle wheel by adding a second paddle wheel and column connected to the same shaft as the original one. Once again, simple in theory, but in practice.
This is kind of like when I played Timberborn and we did the water wheels, and I put multiple water wheels in like a straight section. The beaver game, yeah. I was thinking about starting to play that again. I was actually thinking about starting to play that game again. I was literally at work today. I'm like, I don't want to play Timberborn again.
Practice, it means I have to spend 2 full days disassembling the machine, modifying parts in CAD, printing out the new parts, and reassembling the machine, ensuring that the additional paddle wheel perfectly aligns with the original. Done. Man, engineering can be so hard sometimes. And actually, this just came in the mail. This is a new logo I designed for specifically this kind of thing. It's a gear. It's got 2 cross eyes for like that perpetually tired, always overwhelmed engineer. And then you can see like the smile is like a...
I need to play Kerbal Space Program and just fuck shit up. I mean, Kerbal Space Program, you kind of need to know your shit to fuck shit up. I know my shit, and like I'm not comfortable playing that game.
Wavy smile, because like you're smiling, but this actually really, really sucks in the moment. But it's worth it because in the end, when you make something that works, it's a real...
Is it gonna work though?
All that being said, this isn't even done yet because we don't know if it's gonna work. So let's put all the balls back into the machine, try to generate electricity once again. Let's do it. I added a couple other probably unnecessary...
More reason to play.
Like this exit ramp extension to increase the overall capacity of the machine, this wall catcher ramp thing to stop balls from falling off at the top, this belt tensioner to reduce some of the wobble of the conveyor, and most importantly, these lightning bolts so you know that this thing is dangerous. So there are 3 things that I want to know. Test number 1, can it power this LED strip? Ready? Go.
Well, that was quick.
Oh my God, I'm so relieved that that worked. The project is not dead yet. Test number 2, is the power coming out of the generator enough to lift the marbles up? Let's go.
No.
The answer is not even a little bit, but it's interesting to note that that actually puts a lot more resistance on the generator. All right, what about a single marble? Ready? Go. So the answer is no. We can't even lift a single marble. But to be fair, it's
The
a
belt
really big
itself
motor.
is health.
I didn't think it was
It's
going to
heavy
work
as
out
fuck.
anyways, and that's not the reason we're here. Phone's plugged in. Connected to the machine. All right, the real moment of truth. In 3, 2, 1, go.
It's working! Gravity battery check! It worked! I mean, it's going in and out, though.
So I mean, it can charge a phone. It just can only really charge a phone.
It's going in and out, though. If you notice, it goes in and out. So there's disruptions with the electrical field. Just forever. Dude, I would make that my main charger in my home just forever. Mail claim.
Phone for like 30 seconds before we have to recharge the battery and then charge the phone again. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. This right here could probably charge a phone 4 times fully. This whole machine right here can only charge a phone for 30 seconds. The power density in this thing right here is unbelievable. I hope you learned something. I definitely learned something along the way, and obviously
Chat, give it a thumbs up
while doing it. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Okay. Okay, that was good. That was good. Okay, driving home, Gracias as part of the stream. No problem. But that's going to be it for me tonight, chat. That's going to be it for me tonight. Thank you for working with me for the first 2 hours as I got the lights set up. But now we got the lights set up, and I am well lit up, and I like it. I like it a lot, chat. But chat, that's all for me tonight. Tomorrow, I might cook my turkey. We'll see if it's thawed out. I might cook my turkey. And if I cook my turkey, I think I'm going to film the YouTube video and then try to edit it as quickly as I can and try to get it out by Thanksgiving Eve or Thanksgiving itself. But we'll see. We'll see. But thank you so much for being in here. I greatly appreciate it. This was a fun stream. Surprisingly, a lot of people in here, but I'm not mad about it. But it was great. But we need to send y'all somewhere. We need to send y'all somewhere. Kaisa's live. Kaisa's live's playing Dispatch. Supa's live. Kai's live. Chana's live. Chana was in last night. We could raid Chana. Let's raid Chana. Yeah, we're gonna raid Chana. Remember, chat. Chana doesn't curse. Chana's a family-friendly streamer. So naturally, one of my clips where I'm cursing is gonna show up. Here are the raid messages, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I will be live tomorrow, probably at my normal time. But I mean, I'll let you know in the Discord if anything changes. But thank you all so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, with that being said, wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. See y'all later. Free Palestine.